Alright. Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
What? Nothing. I saw the little symbol go off and I was like, oh, hello.
Well, hello.
Hello there.
I hope I have my headphones.
General Kenobi.
Exactly. Those memes are too much. Anyways, hello, everyone. Welcome to Ichor in Honor. I am your host, the Herald, and this is the Dumb Luck Club. Yes, and as you see, we are one short for this session. However, do not worry. Youth will be back for the next one, and that actually leads us into a bit of the important announcement that we have regarding Ichor in Honor. So, what's going to be happening is, for starting on the 21st, we're going to start having sessions every other week to meet with the demand for our personal lives and our schedule. So the 21st so next week we will have session, but then the 28th we will not. So just so you're aware of that, we will but it's still going to be the same time, and it also makes it easier for all of us to come together as a group. So this is what we're going to be doing for the meantime. Do not worry, there's still going to be fun shenanigans and whatnot. So, other than that, if you guys enjoy the campaign, please be sure to like and subscribe, and we're always keeping an eye on chat, so if you feel like commentating away, feel free to do so. But without further delay, let us go ahead and begin Ichor and Honor.
75 episodes in. Wow.
Guys, can you believe it? And like, it will be 25 more episodes and we'll reach 100. We gotta do something super special for that.
Right?
Campaign wrap up.
I know.
So,
mamissimo.
where we last left off with the party, you all had made it to the camp that which seems to be holding the meetings of the Kanabo Compact. There you had been escorted and instructed by Morai as to what to expect. And now, if there was anything that gave an emphasis of a culture shock, is clearly the fact that you're not the tall ones in the room. Finding yourself either humbled or quite annoyed from this situation, you listened in on the meeting between the members, the Opal Horns, the Ebony Claws, the Jade Chimera, and the Scarlet Tusks. From that meeting, you discovered that the Opal Horns and the Ebony Claws seem to have a bit of differences in regards to how to go forward. The Ebony Claws wanting to be independent in regards to the compact, not relying on the Emperor of Han or take on the offer from the faithful. Although the Opal Horns thought otherwise. During their talk, two members of the faithful appeared to to speak on the behalf of the faithful and the first emperor, to hopefully persuade those to join their cause. Umeko, with your understanding of the culture and their values, you took on the initiative and spoke on behalf of the Emperor of Han. And it was here that definitely seemed to have an impact, considering how, at the very least, the Ebony Claws seem to be retracting a bit in their calls for independence. But wouldn't be said the same for the Opal Horns, as they decided that they were going to leave the compact and go forward with the faithful and the Iron Dragons. Afterwards, you had a brief discussion with the duelist, realizing as to why he had joined the faithful in the first place. Quite bothered by his proclamations of how the False Confederacy had turned into something into what they were fighting against. The very same thing. It bothered, in particular, Delan and Daphne of this whole ordeal. But he offered you something in exchange for not speaking to the Opal Horns. Even though he seemed to be honorable and actually true to his word, you decided to not take this offer. As you had tried to go speak to the Opal Horns, Umeko, you had noticed later on the soldier and the duelist seeming to be conversing. Snuck by, listened in on the conversation, and you had discovered a few things. One of which that the mortician has returned. And not just returned as in he's alive, but actually returned from limbo. You also knew that there was something going on where they seem to have something planned with one individual, though you're not exactly sure what it was. But you shared this information with the others before meeting with the Scarlet Tusks, with Hideo. And Hideo had shared with you some information and what may be a bit of a gamble, but you hope that it would prevent bloodshed of not only the people there, but also in hopes of keeping hold of the legacy Akira left behind with them. With this, Hideo told you that it was probably best to go to the spine, where supposedly the great Colossus, the deity of the, or at least the equivalent of a deity among the Oni, reside. But also, supposedly, that's where Bureg was also supposedly located there. But it's uncertain, though, as no one had gone up the spine in quite a long time. And knowing that there is this probably the best route to take will be going through a crypt. With this in mind, the conversation ended. Inconclusive as to if you were going to take it on, because you wanted to discuss this with the others. And so you had left the tent, meeting up with the others as they are currently around the fire. And that is where we are picking up. The rest of you see Umeko as she exits the tent and is approaching you all.
Daphne has been fairly quiet since the encounter with the duelist and looks over at Umeko. How'd your talk go, dear?
We kind of have one option we can do. It's not an easy one, though.
Is this an option we're going to like, or is this like a we need to give our firstborn type option?
I don't know.
What the hell type of analogy is that, Daphne?
Well, most of the time, if it's an option you won't like, it's usually your firstborn child or your left toe.
I mean, it could.
Do you hear from?
It involves a god.
I'm sorry, what?
Which
What?
one?
The Colossus? The one that the Onis worship?
Oh, lovely.
That's what the Colossus. Okay. I might have missed that explanation. Oh, what? Yeah.
A fitting name for a god of giants?
Yeah.
You think that's where Itham's going? Originally, I assumed when the soldier and the duelist said their god, they were assuming like me and Itham's god, but we really don't have one.
I
so
mean,
what the there meant the Oni.
it's a possibility, but that would mean Itham has a head start.
It would help them because basically their god's word is divine. If he gets their blessing, then maybe all the Oni join them.
What
Or
you're
we
saying-
get the blessing and get them all to join us. That's
what you're
the problem.
saying is we have to race up a mountain and beat Itham.
If he's even
Deity.
going there.
Right. If he's even
There's
going
also
there.
a crypt.
Is there
Slow. Sorry,
are there bones?
Are we gonna have another bone room?
Have you ever
situation,
been to a
Daphne?
crypt that didn't have bones, Daphne?
Oh, I have a feeling this will just simply be a very morbid but humorous situation for us.
More
I like
bone
everything.
puns.
I'm sure the story will be a real rib tickler.
I hate everything now. Why did I tell you this?
Yeah, at least we know there's a crypt and not like it's like, surprise, there's a crypt! Right?
That brings back memories of our first mission with your husband.
And the Minotaur skull and giant badgering through the floor.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. That's when I got impaled with the horn. That was
I
nice.
was just gonna say.
Yeah.
Before I forget too, there's also an ancient, really strong tribe of Onis there. And they're like kind of the champions of the god.
Oh.
So what does that mean for us?
We have to win them over too. Or just the
I-
god and he says we're cool, but
I mean, we're very charming individuals.
not together though.
Yeah, no.
Nope. Mm-mm. We're kind of assholes together, honestly.
But yeah, so that's an option, but we'd have to leave like as soon as we wake up, like as soon as possible.
So there would
Because
be
we have
no
to
time.
travel up to the spine of the Spire Mountains.
Don't
So-
we have to meet with the Opal Horde at dawn, or are we abandoning that task?
Well, that's the other thing. We can meet with them and say, hey, we're gonna go talk to the Colossus, and hopefully that'll stop them in their tracks, because, like, oh, that's a really big deal. Like, just the fact that we're saying it, people should be turning heads right now, but I don't think they can hear us, thankfully.
Hmm.
Daphne's gonna look around and see if anyone's like paying them any mind or might have heard Umeko say that.
Give me a perception check.
Oh no.
Roger, Dodger. 1 second, s'il vous plaît.
Damn, if I look up at the sky, can I tell what time it is via the moon?
Give me either a nature or survival check.
1 second, I gotta double check what my perception is. Thought so. Alright.
We're gonna go without guidance. 25 plus 14 to survival.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 16 for my perception to see if anyone's like eavesdropping.
You know, the one thing you notice among the Onis that they're just talking to each other. They're just having their meals. It's as if they don't even notice you are there. In fact, Umeko, it's at this point you realize, maybe that's how Umeko and other halflings feel with all us taller people.
Crazy.
We're
What a concept.
It's like as if they're not even noticing you exist. For you, Lydia, as you're watching, locating the position of the moon and everything, you can easily conclude that right now it is currently midnight.
Oh, so our non-elven friends who need to sleep for 8 hours should probably go to bed so we can be up early. Or are
It'd be
we
like a
foregoing-
multiple day like trip though. Like
Right,
it's
but-
not just a quick and easy get in, get out.
I understand that, but if we want to leave by morning light to also speak to the Opal Horns, 8 hours of sleep comes fast. Or dawn comes fast, too. So are we doing this?
We down to go talk to a god?
Well, I mean, we've been to hell, so this can't be much worse.
We've
What's
been
literally
to hell.
gonna say?
I've talked to a giant sea turtle dragon who's the voice for a god. So this will kind of just be like a step up and maybe get me prepared if I ever do talk to the maiden, which isn't likely since I keep talking to the sea turtle. Lydia's talked to a god.
And the paths.
In the paths. I don't know if Diar's talked to any gods. Diar?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
Have you spoken to any gods that we need to be aware of?
No.
Okay.
Insight.
Okay, go ahead and give me an insight check.
Very hesitant insight.
If you are wanting to try, if you're actively trying to hide this from Lydia, Diar, go ahead and roll me a deception check.
23.
Wasn't going to try to hide this.
Okay, so you get the feeling that he's kind of telling the truth, but also you're like, there's something off about his answer. Definitely something off.
Alrighty. Noted.
Lydia will remember that.
Yeah, we'll definitely remember this.
I'm in the side column of my notes real quick.
All right.
I guess.
So sleep it is then.
I'm okay with meeting a god for you, Umeko. I can't say I do that for many other people.
Think I would be more flattered if it was my god, but the fact that it's none of our gods makes me very worried.
Valid.
Well, I mean, does anyone... Okay, I doubt Daphne would know, but does she have, like, even a hint? A tinkling? An inkling?
Inkling.
Inkling? Anything about, like, this?
Give me a religion check at disadvantage.
Thought so.
Ooh.
Alright.
Can I roll to see if I know much more?
Yeah, go ahead and roll me. You get to roll me a straight religion check, however.
Cool.
Alright, that's a 12.
Because of the fact they have a very oral tradition, they don't really write things down like your what would probably be more considered among civilized civilizations. They don't have it all written down. It seems understood that some of the more respectable giants and their tribes, they do things in a more oral tradition. So it's passed down verbally from to each generation. Umeko, unfortunately, you do not know much about this because the most you heard was basically what Mordai told you, but even then you hardly paid attention because it had nothing to do with you. It had nothing to do with with the Golden Prince, so why would you care?
Exactly. Okay, so sleep time.
Okay. So you all are heading to do your long rest then?
I'm gonna do my 4 hours meditation instead. Just
Yeah.
so
Same.
I'm up in time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Same.
So each of you have your own respective tent. Well, not exactly that, but the tent is large enough that it's pretty much like a small house for you guys, at least. As you're all residing in this, the size comparison, it definitely is a bit of a wake-up call between you and the actual size of the Oni. Just everything being larger.
This is how Umeko feels, and Daphne doesn't like it.
Maybe this is why she's so angry all the time.
Napoleon complex.
Her neck hurts. She has to keep looking up at everybody.
Easy.
So, you may all go ahead and do your long rest.
Long rest confirmed.
Checking spells.
To change spells.
Maybe change spells to some offensive spells as a just-in-case precaution?
Offensive spells. I also have actual melee weapons.
Daphne can't change spells. Daphne's stuck with what she has until next level up.
All right, so as you all wake up, you all have the breakfast ready and waiting. You see, it's very much like that sort of traditional camp, like a meal that you would have at a campsite. Not anything super like elegant or defined. It's meant to definitely fill your stomach up.
They don't add spices.
The only thing they have is the salted meat. They don't really have much in the way of spices here.
Daphne eats, and she has like a neutral face as she eats it, but she's just like, there's no flavor.
Reminds me of the time back on the ship.
Yeah,
That cook had no idea how to flavor anything.
Yeah, Delan is just like very, just not really enthusiastically. He's just like very, just calmly eating. It's just kind of just like, yeah, I'm used to this. Yeah, Bilby was a fine enough pirate, but he was a lousy cook.
Definitely.
Lydia is gonna pull out Star Map and Cosmic Omen.
Okay,
Shit.
you got it. And as you're doing this, you hear the familiar voice behind you. That seems, as you notice, as you hear the footsteps of the weight crunching against the snow. Well,
What is it?
really, if you really think about it, you're in a mountain range. You turn, you see Mirai just giving you a deadpan look, Delan. We don't exactly have the luxuries that you have down below.
He turns to Mirai and he's looking. He's like, "No, the food is fine. Bilby, he was the one that was a lousy cook. This is actually better than his."
Give me a deception check.
Deception. That is a 12.
Oh no.
He just looks at you and just says, "I'm sure," and just looks to Umeko right afterwards. So, have you all made a decision?
Yeah, we're gonna go see the Colossus.
All right. Well, you're gonna need a map then. So, and yeah, she holds out what it's definitely not like a fine scroll. It's just like seemed to be some parchment paper that's been wrapped, and it's very delicate in the sense, like, you know how delicate the paper made from a potato is?
Mm-hmm.
That delicate, as she hands it to you, Umeko. It will guide you through the towards the spine, but It will now lead you through the crypt. No one has been in there for, well, centuries.
Of course. Obviously, duh. Makes sense. Cool. She'll
Love
just
how-
give the map immediately to Lydia and be like, here you go. You should probably copy this in case.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, we should probably
Well-
make a copy of that.
Pull out my charcoals and stuff and make a copy.
Okay, go ahead and just roll me a sleight of hand just to see how accurate you make it.
Because this is delicate, I am gonna give myself guidance.
Okay.
Rips in half in front of her eye.
So you draw it out carefully to the best of your ability. Definitely seems to be getting the job done for what you need.
Cool. I'll keep the other copy. I'll keep my copy,
Mhm.
and then the original. Just slide it in my journal. Keep it protected.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Were we gonna go speak to the Opal Horns before we leave?
I think it'd be best. Do a quick chat.
If they're still here.
She's already long on. She left in the middle of the night.
You left in the middle of the night. She heard
She
you
said
wanted
she
to
was
talk to
gonna
us, wanted
be
nothing to
here.
do with you.
She said she was leaving before like morning light, and we're like eating breakfast. So I'm hoping something delayed them. Umeko, you want to go?
Yeah.
Let everyone else pack up stuff.
Yeah, I think it's for the best in case we run into you know who again.
Yeah.
I'd rather not.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they're already gone too.
Dylan turns to Umeko. By the way, do you still have my spear?
Yeah, I do. Yes.
Gonna be needing that back just in case we run into some our friends along the way.
Yeah, sure. I'll give him back his spear. Damn it.
If we were to run into them on our way to the crypt, would they still be under the neutral compact, or would they be free game?
Oh, as long as we're outside the camp.
I look at to Mirai because she would know. If she's
Only
still
this
there.
location is, only this village is considered neutral ground.
Okay.
So once we
Wait.
step off hollow ground, we're gone. It's done. Got it. Cool. Umeko, you want to go? Let's get it done. Let's go.
How'd you sleep? How'd you sleep, dear?
This
Daphne's
I
gonna
need-
like a hand and
I
like
need-
wave his face.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Diar, you feeling there?
Are
Diar, you in there, buddy?
Oh my god, your hair's turned green.
Violet, you're turning violet.
It's only Violet.
Oh, speaking of, Daphne's gonna check her branches.
Dear laddie, are you feeling all right?
It haven't seemed to change, really. At the moment, anyways.
All right.
You don't quite seem yourself, laddie. Hi. Dylan just kind of like very slowly turns and walks away.
Gale, stop.
As this is happening, you just hear from you, Diar. Ow! You just pay attention what you're eating. You just bit my hand. As she just smacks him a little.
Alice, how do you feel about meeting potentially a god?
You notice Talus isn't there.
Did you eat Talus?
Dalan suddenly looks back at his plate, which is now clean. Oh Christ! I hope that wasn't the salted meat.
Gale's gonna look around. Do we see Talus anywhere?
Wait,
No.
do we see youth?
I like to roll perception.
Wait,
for
try to-
Talus.
We don't see Talus. Do we see youth?
Youth is here, but not Talus.
So I like to roll perception for Talus. See if
Sure.
I can find her.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, 21.
We lost Talus.
Nope, Talus isn't there. Before Youth sighs and says, Talus is still hungover.
Ah, right. From the Emperor's sake.
Mm-hmm.
So who's carrying Talus up the mountain?
Nose goes.
I don't think she's gonna be joining us.
Oh,
I mean,
you want her to stay here?
probably safer, and you may or may not have forgotten, but we have people who were turned into animals.
Ah, right. That. I have a solution for that. I need some time to figure it out fully, but I have a solution for it.
We gotta fix Porta Jones, eh?
I'm pretty sure that's not their name.
Actual name.
Until we change his back. His name is Jonesy.
Okay, sure.
All right, so you all heading towards the Opal Horns then, yeah? The Opal Horns camp?
Lydia and Umeko are.
Yeah. Lydia
Okay.
and Umeko and everyone else is packing camp.
All right, so as you make your way forward to the tent, you do see that the Opal Horns are still there, though you see that some of them are actually beginning to dismantle their tents. So they are preparing to leave.
Just in time.
But as you do so, as you approach, you notice the guards are not, their body language tells you that you can't exactly go through yet. She is meeting with someone.
We can
May
wait.
we ask who?
They just look down at you and says, it is only what matters to the Opal Horns, not to lowlanders. Basically telling you this is something for this is something private.
Yeah. Do you have an estimate of when she'll be ready?
Is then you hear a voice. Oh, she's ready right now. As they see exiting the tent, the duelist and the soldier.
Motherfucker.
Good morning to you. Hope you have a pleasant day. The duelist just tips his hat before walking past you.
Morning.
And
Lightly shoulder checking Daphne.
Daphne's not there. What?
Daphne was it Daphne or Lydia?
No, it's
that
just
was there?
us two.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Daphne
Yeah.
joined. My bad.
Daphne stayed behind because
Got it.
she knew she wouldn't be. If she ran into the duelist, it wouldn't go well. So Daphne's not there.
There.
Are they sure
This is
picking
just
one of us
Paulina.
instead?
Yeah, this
But-
is just.
But as you're standing there, you do see the soldier. Probably not follow the duel list, but seems to look at both of you. Just one moment looking at Lydia, the other time just turning the helmet slightly, like the helmet turns slightly, taking in note of your presence as well, Umeko.
Good morning.
And
Mike is not picking me up today.
he doesn't even say a word. He just walks past you.
Have a good day. All right, let's go.
At least said one word to them.
I mean, at least Adula said morning.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and talk, I guess.
All right, so
I'll
now that
let
you're
you
allowed.
lead this, Umeko.
Clearly,
Now-
I've been doing such a good job today with that.
Wake up.
As you enter, you do see that some of the belongings are actually, some of the interior is actually getting packed and stored away, but you do see Tazu there, as she seems to be standing in the middle, kind of directing a few things before looking. It's because she's at her full height, just looks slightly downward to you both. I was told that you requested my presence, yes?
Yes, we wanted to just see if there's anything we could do to convince you not to leave yet.
What was said has already been said.
A new development on our side.
Seems there are multiple developments. She just looked, the hand resting in her head resting slightly in her hand as she's looking to you. So what is it?
We are actually on our way now to go try to meet with the Colossus.
She stays silent, just looking, just keep your eyes remaining in contact with yours, Umeko.
We believe that the Colossus would not be the most fond of a group that has quite literally stolen your land.
And yet, it was the country that, of those lowlanders, that forced us into these mountains.
Also, yet we're also the ones helping you get it back.
So you say. You're trying to claim the same thing as those who, as the ones who seem to have that shown me more merit.
To be fair, we haven't been given the same amount of time to show you that merit recently.
I know about the one who, I guess you can say, was your mentor. I know he was one who he was welcomed as one of our own. But it seems that as of right now, the merit had died with him.
Do you know why that happened?
She stays silent.
It's because of that group. He was trying to protect and let others live their life, and before they came and massacred everyone in their way. That's why he hasn't been able to be here and keep up with that merit. But we're here now to try to fix that.
truly sorry for your loss.
So please
But if
let
he's-
me have the chance to fix this then.
Give me a persuasion check.
Oof.
Come on.
Persuasion? Oh no.
Umeko. Umeko.
Ah!
Oh. Hold.
Oh.
Let me.
Dirty 20!
I can use a cosmic omen to give you a d6, Umeko.
Would that show magic?
That's a your ability, so that's up to you.
Would that show magic though?
It's not magic. It's a skill.
I also already rolled, so.
So. Very well. In honor of his memory. But just so you're aware, we'll see if the Colossus truly speaks forth on your behalf.
You. I know that this isn't an easy thing to ask of you to do, and we appreciate it greatly.
However, the only thing I will guarantee is that there will be no weapons or magic raised against those of the Compact. As of right now. Until we hear the words from the Colossus himself.
We won't have to resort to that anyways.
Maybe, or maybe not. As I've had mentioned before, times have changed. But to what degree and which way the winds are blowing, we will see where that leads us. I will leave one of my representatives here, so I will know.
Sounds fair. Thank you again for your time. We better be off so we can deal with this as fast as possible for your convenience.
May your trip be safe, and the winds, may they be still.
Same to you. And she's awkward. She walks out. I don't know how to end conversations.
Just give Tazu like a light nod and follow Umeko out. That went well.
As soon as we're away from the camp, just like, oh god!
You did it, Umeko. You did not need me at all. I am so proud of you, and at least it wasn't a flat no.
It's not a straight yes either.
But there's a chance. We still have a dog in this race? A horse? Chicken in the fight?
A chicken and a
What are
horse.
you talking about?
Chicken and the horse.
We still have a chance. They just didn't say, no, we're not going to listen to you. I mean, we are going to talk to their god. But, you know, it's still a chance. And we can bank on that. And they're leaving someone here, and we're leaving Talus here. Hopefully with all the human pets? No, I'm not. Nope.
Keep walking. After that, nope.
Just awkwardly following Umeko.
Okay. So you all reunite. You reunite with the others.
How'd it go?
Wasn't a no.
We've got a chance.
Well, that's good.
They're
Both.
leaving someone here, but they're gonna wait for the word from the Colossus himself on whether or not they'll fully withdraw.
The opal horns really are much more, well, it's really a tie between the ebony claws and the opal horns as to which is the most. I think the word you have is pious. I think that's what it's called.
Okay. The soldier and the duelist were there too. They were talking to Tazu before we got there. He said good morning.
Daphne's writing in her journal. Somewhat aggressively.
What did that board journal ever do to you?
You're gonna rip the pages, Daphne.
Daphne just points to a pile of already ripped pages and keeps writing.
Don't let Azir see that. Are we taking the Aurochses, or are we doing this on foot?
What's
the easiest
faster?
way?
Which one's faster?
I don't know.
Well, the fastest way would be wind walk, but we know we can't do that because of the magical wind bullshit.
I mean, I could just wild shape, but I can only really carry like 2 people. So that's a non-viable option.
We
Like,
might
how
want to.
steep is the spine? Like, can Aurochses get down that path?
From what I've heard from my father, it is safe up to a certain point for beasts of burden, but there just comes a point where you have to just walk, or you take the route through the crypt.
So it's better just to leave them here then.
Where they're safe, instead of just leaving them out in the wild.
Because we do have to return those eventually to Kinoto.
He hasn't missed them. It's probably fine.
He hasn't asked for them back.
Because he knows
Maybe
we were
he
going
forgot.
to use them. That's what youth as youth chimes in.
Valid. But do we just want to leave them out in the wild? It's not like we can tell them, like, go back home.
Well, I assume since Chalice is staying behind, she could look after them too, along with the other, like, human-turned animals.
That's true. We should not be bringing these pets, human, animal, slaves, whatever you want to call
Things.
them. They are not things. They are... Okay.
Animorph.
Dalan turns to Gale.
Animorphs.
Jonesy is not a thing.
He's also not Jonesy.
Ryan
Because your name-
Slucker can stay here. They have names. Soraya and Slecker? Whatever. I have it
Slecker.
written down.
Yeah.
Slecker. I'm like, I forget pronunciations. That was 3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So we're walking. We better get started. Before we lose daylight.
As of right now, see the sun is nice and high up there as you all begin your trek out from the camp.
Daphne did throw the torn up pages into the fire because she doesn't believe in littering.
What, it's a fine? 500 gold fine?
Yeah, it's a 500 gold fine and up to 500 hours of community service.
So basically 500,000 500 gold is the equivalent of
Is it like $100 1 gold?
$100 is 1 gold essentially, so $500,000.
They take littering very seriously here.
This is sacred land.
So for this, as part of our whole trek, I would like for each of you, and I do mean everyone, to roll me a survival and perception checks.
Survival and perception.
Am I at disadvantage on that perception check, Herald?
Unfortunately, because there is no clouds.
Oof.
Okay, survival's good. And
Survival?
my perception.
Guidance
Oof.
on the perception.
Okay.
All right,
Perception is a 17. The survival.
that's 2
Ooh.
dirty 20s.
Nice.
A natural 20 for my survival and an 8 for my perception.
Okay.
Yeah.
21
13
on
for
perception and 18 survival.
6 for
Okay.
survival.
All right.
I'll hold your hand, Umeko.
Considering how deep the snow is, that's probably a good idea.
Piggyback right, Umeko.
As you trek through this for the past few days, you deal with the various harsh elements that are associated with this land. It's really something that makes you pause and think. There are actually people who live in this area. There are, with very little anything to find that might be food or warmth for shelter, you realize how harsh of an environment that these people have been living. Now, as you are moving onward, you get to a point where you pass what appears to be that of a frozen lake. You see, at one point, what appears to be that of a rather large crater that spans to about 1,000 feet in diameter. And you find smaller ones as well, as it all dots all over this land. It's surreal in that the craters, while you would think it'd be filled up with snow, it's as if it's never been touched by the elements. As you are moving forward, you start to find some particular remnants of a time forgotten. You see more ruined structures. You see what appears to be parts of a statue, but you don't even know what it could be or what it was. You just know that at one point there was like some monument or statue there. And at one point, as you are moving along, Diar, you also see this because of your nat 20, but as you are all moving, you notice at one point what appears to be that of a rock outcrop. But as you are moving past it, Diar, from your background, because of your background and your skills, you realize these are teeth jutting out from the snow.
Do you share this information with the group?
Yes, Gale.
I rolled the things.
Yep. And this is what we're doing the results for. So you didn't miss much.
Okay.
Yeah.
20.
Diar actually.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Diar.
Diar does not share this information.
Okay.
Just as like, okay,
Good.
teeth.
But here's the thing. Okay, yeah, these are teeth, but then you realize, wait. You look back and you see how large they are. The teeth that you find sticking out from the snow are 500 feet tall.
What?
Diar's gonna slowly walk over to the teeth.
Okay, you see Diar walking what appears to be towards what is almost like an outcrop of something. Like a rocky outcrop maybe, but he's walking towards it.
Diar?
Where are you going? Are we stopping?
Yeah, where you going, laddie?
Teeth. As Diar continues going.
Do your
Okay.
teeth hurt?
Something's wrong with your teeth?
What about
Gale-
teeth?
Gale's gonna
you-
go over with him. Well,
Yeah,
go-
you go right up to this, you see there's about like 3 or 4 of these like crooked and jagged, and they're sticking up from the snow itself. You look them over and you are quite impressed by their size. They are kind of that almost like while they have that sharpness still about them, you notice that there is that bit of wear and tear as it's been out here due to the elements.
Daphne would have also followed and just like, have your teeth been chattering? Do you have a toothache?
Do we
Well,
see
Diar's-
these teeth coming out of the ground?
Yeah, as you get closer, you start to notice there's something off, especially since you know Diar, and well enough that the fact he's feeling what appears to be these rocks, there's something more to it.
Daphne's slowly gonna look up and just like point and look at Diar. Tooth?
Deer's just like feeling it up and is like trying to figure out if it's like if it's brittle or sturdy, like depending on the
Go ahead
material.
and give me I'll say either a nature or survival check, your choice.
You know what?
Delan,
I'll go survival.
Okay.
Are they
Delan
still
sees-
attached to something?
Delan sees the way that Diar is feeling on this tooth, and he's just like, that's a rock lady. It's not Morai.
My question:
Yes.
does the silhouette of the spire remind Umeko of a dragon?
You definitely go ahead and I'll say give me an intelligence check.
Nope.
Hey, get one of those nat 20s from last week.
Some parts of it definitely seem to resemble that, like from what you understood about the mountain range itself, that some of it seemed to resemble that of Scales.
And we're heading up to the spine.
Daphne's like looking at Diar. Diar, what is this thing that you're feeling up right now?
So, Diar, as you're feeling it, you realize that it's pretty solid. Like it, though not solid to a point where it's like, oh, it's like a newly formed tooth. But there are parts of it that seem to be weak in some areas, some that might be a little brittle. Though you do, but it's definitely something that seems to break. Like if you conclude that if you try hard enough, maybe you could break off a piece of it.
Oh, Deer's actually gonna try it.
Okay, give me a strength check.
Certainly.
Do I know what these teeth might belong to, DM?
Do we know their teeth now?
Well, considering Diar, you definitely know they seem to be that of a teeth. That's a strength
Do I
save.
know what-
Strength check.
Daphne's gonna lean over to
Oh.
Dalan.
Whoops.
It's not a rock. That's a tooth.
He sees like all the energy just kind of drain out of Dalen's face for a moment before he slowly turns towards, just like, you're joking.
I wish I was. He only does that. She's just pointing to him as he's about to punch it when he's gathering materials.
You break off a part of it that it's almost like as if someone looked at it. It looked like as if someone chipped a tooth. But it's a good fragment size, like enough to fit well in your hand.
This is
He's gonna put it in his bag of holding and he's gonna try to get more.
this is
In
a
all my
tooth.
studies, do I know what these teeth belong to, Herald?
Give me a history check.
All right.
Daphne
Would
should-
any of these look familiar to Gale?
No,
Oh,
Okay.
damn.
not at the moment, anyways.
That's about 500 feet tall, and a tooth is usually, depending on the species, around the size of a finger or an appendage. So,
Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say. So for you, Lydia,
Yeah.
you're not exactly sure about this.
It's something big.
But Gale,
Yes.
as Diar's trying to break more of it off, you start to notice with your satchel, it starts to feeling a little bit warm.
oh shit. Oh shit, we're
Gale?
taking off.
Gale's going to pull out the orb of dragonkind
you see that seems to be glowing a little bit, as it feels a bit warm to the touch, like enough so that it could be pretty hot if you hold it for too long.
Is the Colossus a dragon?
Does it live on a dragon?
I think it's a corpse of a dragon.
Or worse, it could have been the thing that killed this dragon.
Oh boy.
Gale's gonna put the dragon orb back in his satchel because it's
Okay.
getting hot.
Maybe we should keep moving?
Yeah, this is the skeleton of a dragon.
Diar, you have 4 more punches. And then we gotta go.
Make them count.
Count them out loud.
Go ahead and roll me 4 strength checks if you want to if you're gonna listen to him, Diar.
Diar's actually this entire time kind of just like single-mindedly, like almost as if he's just like doing this out of like without noticing what's going around him.
Yeah, he has that tunnel vision.
So
he's like, ooh.
Yeah. Well, that and other things. So I'll definitely do 4 of those. The first one is a 19.
Okay.
Nice.
The second one
Woo.
is a dirty 20.
Nice.
The third one is another dirty 20. And the fourth one, before any of them stop him, is an 18.
Okay. So you're able to get 4 more fragments of this tooth. But as this happens, you begin to realize you hear the shifting of the snow. And you begin to notice that it seems to be falling. I gotta roll this real quick.
Did this motherfucker just cause an avalanche?
It falls to your left, just goes and just releases this huge splash of snow as it collapses. As the where you had struck was kind of, from what you gathered, holding it up.
Oh no.
But what you see now, Diar, you see now there's a hole where almost like what appears to be that of a gap where there's no snow. Right beside where the collapsed tooth is.
Diar's just like, with the snow falling, it kind of snaps him out of his like little trance he was having.
You okay there?
Yeah. I'm good. Dragon tooth or some kind of tooth. Big tooth.
Yeah.
I know.
Gathered.
Gale's going to hold up the orb. I'm guessing it's getting hotter. DM, if Gale were to walk in a certain direction of the skeleton, would the dragon orb be getting hotter or colder?
You don't know if there's a skeleton.
Oh, never mind.
Daphne looks down at where the tooth was. Does it appear to still be connected to a jaw?
Give me a perception check.
Dalen's just kind of start looking around to see if he can gauge the size of potentially the skull. See if it's like for entering like the open jaw.
As you are looking around this area, you do see that from the pocket of snow, the lack of snow, you see that there seems to be some sort of bone, but you don't see it a lot, purely because of the fact the snow's covering it. But you have a feeling if you remove some of that snow, you might actually find something.
That's connected. That is still one second, and like she's literally like It's very obvious she seems to be doing some very fast, very quick math in her head. Is it, but is, oh. I have never read about anything being this large. And my whole thing is history and lore. I have never read anything that has teeth that's 500 feet large. I don't even think ancient dragons have teeth that large.
So maybe we should just let it rest, and we should keep going. 'Cause I don't want to disturb anything that's that large. Dead or undead or otherwise.
I mean, she points to the now holy tooth. I think we've already done that.
But we can push it further, or we can leave.
Alright. Diar, you good? You get that out of your system, Diar? Awesome.
Maybe we can come back on the way down.
Maybe you could get some of the jaw.
Or we'll find more bones on our way up the spine.
Oh, if we found a vertebrae, we should see if we can bring some back up for Tareth.
If this is a tooth, maybe like I don't think a vertebrae, Daphne, is gonna be any better.
What about like a pinky? Like the pinky toe, like one of the phalange bits.
Or if it's like a dragon, maybe like the tip of the tail might be slightly smaller.
Well, if it was a dragon, and if it's preserved well enough, we might be able to find some scales. Though this is the tooth, that would be very large. I can just picture, like, as she's saying this, the look on Diar's face.
Could have like a whole suit of armor from like one scale. Umeko could get like 2 suits.
Oh, damn.
You good? Paulina?
Dale is saying that, just going, would that even fit in the bag of holding?
We got we have like a piece of, we have a large bone in the bag of holding. Don't we have like a rib bone or something from when we were on the island? Yeah, we found like Daphne stepped on it. Like, I stepped on it, and then Diar got excited about it, and he insisted we store it in the bag of holding.
Diar kind of brings out the armor he made with the bone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that, she says, pointing at it. Oh, it didn't look like...
Puts it back. Then puts it back.
Alright, let's keep going.
All right.
Keep going. How late are we getting in the day, DM?
Well, keep in mind, this is also, we're doing it multiple days. That's why I had you roll all together. Yeah.
Got it.
Timey-wimey for the fun stuff. So.
Do we spend like every night in the Clover House? Or
probably.
Yeah, probably.
Which is why I'm going to say that before you guys get to the spine, we'll go ahead and do one thing of the Clover House.
How are we all looking, by the way, with the magic bullshit that is the
body checks?
Body checks.
Body checks.
Let's see.
Time for your daily physical.
Dalan gets himself a
Everyone check your buddy. Make sure your buddy is still the same as they were the day before.
Tick check.
Tick check.
Dalan checks Gale to make sure he's still Gale.
We just form a big like conga line, like the party's all in a line.
Mm-hmm.
Circle?
Circle?
Or was it like the braid trains? It's essentially that.
Every 5 minutes you switch.
As of right now, it looks like everyone is all well and good.
Okay.
Okay.
For now.
We're doing fine.
This is fine.
So is this the time we're going in the Clover House, or are we later?
Yeah, so you're in the Clover House for this bit. So, as you enter the Clover House, what are you all doing?
before entering the Clover House, I'm just gonna grab my sending stone and be like, "Don't give the stone to Anira. I'm dumb. We're good. Just going up a mountain. Don't know when I'm coming home."
Okay.
So reassuring.
You're not only dumb, but you're also brave, and that's why I love you. But don't die, please. That's the response you get.
Cool.
What of the rest of you?
Delan heads in and starts dusting himself off, and basically is kind of waiting. Actually, he sees Lydia pulling out her sending stone. He's waiting for her to come in before he goes goes too much further in.
I'll close the door behind me.
And then it becomes invisible to everyone else.
I want us to do a thing though. I wanted to do a thing before going in the house.
Go for it.
Then we gotta leave the door open because otherwise the door becomes invisible.
I thought I was the last one in. If Gale's still out there, I will not close the door.
Gale's going to take out the dragon orb, and he's going to scry on Tobirama.
Okay.
Oh, we can't scry inside the Clover House, right? Scrying inside?
There's a percentage chance.
Gotta go back outside.
Gotta check something real quick. Let's see. Oh yeah, no, it wouldn't work because you're not on the same plane of existence.
Yes, we have to scry
so-
outside.
I was out.
outside.
Oh yeah, you're right.
was
You were
out-
outside, but
I was outside.
as you're trying to scry, your vision it seems to be getting warped and everything. Like you try to focus in, but it's really hard to. It looks like because you know that the magic in this mountain is rather extreme. Seems this is definitely a time when it seems to be disruptive of your magic.
Gale's gonna curse the Draconic, put the orb away.
In case you ask,
And-
I did roll to see if you could do it.
I know. And Gale's gonna go inside the house and close the door.
Mhm.
Once Gale and Lydia are inside, Delan goes over to Lydia. Have you got the moment?
Yeah, we're in the house for the night. What's up?
He goes over to her and he pulls out his drum. I just want to let you know that the next time you need someone to send a message to your brother, you can count on me if you need the hand.
Thanks, Dalan. I know it's kind of hard having my brother be in the faithful, so it's really awkward asking for favors to get in contact with our so-called enemy.
I can completely understand that, especially given the, shall we say, complicated relationship that became my family. But recently, I've been speaking with a friend of mine, and he reminded me that sometimes justice and revenge aren't the same thing. And as much as I am angry at the faithful for what happened to my crew, he's still your brother. And if something were to happen to him, I'm not really certain I'd be happy if that meant that you would have to suffer for him passing. So, if we can bring him home, and have him answer in a more peaceful way, then perhaps we can both get a little bit of closure.
That would be appreciated. And believe me, I'm gonna do my damnedest to smack some sense into him when I see him next.
Please do, and give him one or two wallops for me.
I'm not the strongest, but I'll figure it out. Maybe I'll just handcuff us together.
Not enough.
If you need anything from me, Delan, ever, just ask.
Aye. And with that, he heads to his room.
All right.
With the pin of Redalia.
Oh yes, which is why he went straight to his room.
All right. What about the rest of you?
Gale's actually going to go to where Diar is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming he's in his room or he's in the.
Where are you,
He's
Diar?
in his room starting up the forge.
Oh,
Okay.
you have a forge in your room. I forgot.
Gale's going to knock on the door.
Deer's
Hey.
just focusing on his forge stuff.
Gale's going to enter. Can I talk with you for a second?
Probably not the best time.
I wanted to apologize for attacking you.
I apologize as well for attacking you.
When you made that animal comment, it just brought back memories of when I lived in my village. I was outcast and called an animal for being the only dragonborn in that village. Being called a pet or an animal doesn't sit right with me. I know you meant it as a joke. I probably should have explained then, hey, don't say that, but my anger got the best of me.
I'll keep that in mind. I apologize.
All right. I'll let you get back to your 4G things. I need to figure things out because learned from my patron. Something I'm gonna have to do after all this is over with Ione.
Good luck with that.
Thanks. And Gale's going to go to his room and just lay in his bed and just stare at his Book of Shadows.
Okay. Lydia, Umeko, Daphne, what are you three up to?
I was just thinking that Lydia would probably actually like lay on the floor in like the common area
Mm-hmm.
and use dancing lights to make constellations above her on like this like in the 3D space. And can I convert piety points, Herald? To
Sure, I'll allow
a
it.
Spell?
So, I'll tell you this, for the converting it to the spell, what we'll do is, we'll roll for it now, the D10,
Mhm.
and then, from there, just let me know when you plan on using that in battle or whatever.
A 9.
9,
What are
okay.
my god mechanics?
Yep.
Ooh. Wait. How does
6
this work?
options.
I have
Hold
6 options. It says. Oh, do I just roll a d6 and not?
Yeah, you roll d6. Yeah, sorry.
I am not with it tonight.
No worries.
3.
Okay.
Woo! The one that I wanted.
Okay.
Cool.
Daphne,
Well, that just chill.
Mm-hmm.
while she's doing that, what are you up to?
Daphne is in the library. She's been there since she set up the house. At one of the tables, she has a small stack of books beside her that seems to grow every time she gets up to look. And it's basically all the books that had to do with Night of Dreams and the founding of the Confederacy.
Go ahead and roll me. I'll let you choose either investigation or history, because of your knowledge and whatnot. Because you would normally know where to look for this kind of stuff.
Let me see. So, history or investigation?
Yep.
I'll go with investigation because that's a +6.
Mm-hmm.
Oof. It's a 12.
As you go through looking all the books, you do find more about about Night of Dreams and all the stuff about him, his deeds, and what he had done in starting up this cause, and even a bit about his life. But none of it seems to be written by him.
Who was it written by, or does it say? Or is it just like a collaboration of everyone at the time?
Seems to be just like a bunch of collaborations, really.
She gets a bit more frustrated at that and brings out like the one book she knows for sure that was often used as reference for both herself and Redalia.
Mm-hmm.
And she's just like looking at the page, one of the pages that has like an illustration of Night of Dreams on it.
In this illustration, it's really one that seemed to capture as to what gave you such inspiration in your role. You see that while he is all donned up in the armor, you see that his sword is staying at his left side and with the helmet in under his right arm, as he's seeming to be speaking to a number of people, holding this sense of composure and just giving off this sense of like, this is the kind of person who you think of as a leader, someone who has a cause that they know is worth fighting for. A peacemaker, yet someone who isn't afraid to take up arms.
Daphne's looking down at the image, and in one of her hands is her wooden hairpin that her husband made her late husband. And she's just like rubbing it as she's looking at the image. And she does that for about 20 minutes before she just closes the book, gets up, and goes to find anybody. And I imagine the first thing she sees is just Lydia laying out in the common room, just with all the dancing lights and the constellations.
Mm-hmm.
Having fun, dear?
It's educational. You don't just sit around and play planetarium.
I can't just sit around and play planetarium.
Damn.
Yes, unfortunately, this is not one of my skill sets.
It wasn't mine either until I became Drow.
Mm-hmm.
How's your night going, Daphne?
Not great. She, looking at Lydia for a few more seconds, just says in her mind, fuck it, and like lays down beside her just to look up at it. Went through the library to see if I can find any semblance of truth to what Night of Dreams says. None of the books were written by him, though. All accounts are a shared collaboration.
Well, I mean, didn't he essentially imply that history is written by the victors?
He implied that the history is wrong, and that they hid away the fact.
Well, obviously, like, okay, if they hid away the fact that your current history is wrong, did you really expect to find something that is equal to what he's saying in your library when it's everything you've ever read?
I expected to find contradictions. I read 20-some books, ranging from recent to edits to things that were written nearly 50 years ago. Nothing. Do you know the process to become a member of the court?
No, I had the luxury of being born into it.
Well, for those who don't have that luxury, with the Confederacy anyways, you have to become an apprentice to the current leader. So, over 130 years ago, oh, this is making me sound old, but over 130 years ago, I was the apprentice to the now late Master of Lore. And to become an apprentice to the Master of Lore, you have to write a thesis paper about a notable figure in history.
Who'd you read about?
Night of Dreams. Now, bear in mind, he was a very common topic, so I have no doubt others had similar writings. But mine was less factual and more emotional. He was my hero growing up. He was the reason the Confederacy even became a thing. Why we weren't under the thumb of some foreign leader. He was the kind of person I would have followed into battle. If things had been different, and I was born a century or so earlier, I have no doubt I probably would have been on the faithful side right now.
So what are you gonna do about it now? Because unfortunately you weren't born a century earlier.
Well, that's the thing, Lydia. There's a saying about meeting your heroes. And my past hero is basically implying that he will deal with the Scale family. And I made an oath, all the way back to Leviathan's great-grandmother, that I would keep them safe. And if he's going to be a threat, that I'm going to deal with him the same way I've dealt with all other threats in the past.
Gonna stab him in the eye with a hairpin?
Oh, that's one way to go about it. I have dealt with other pests in the past in very colorful ways. I impressed Sarith, though, with the hairpin bit.
I've heard bits of your escapades. You wanna know who my hero is?
Who?
My brother.
How is it that both of our heroes are our enemies right now, Lydia?
Because the world is a fucked up place, Daphne.
Apparently.
I mean, technically, Itham's not my enemy. He's just an obstacle.
You do know if he tries anything to hurt you, I will deal with him too.
I know. Just don't do so much damage I can't heal him.
Daphne pauses and has like this look of like, she's clearly thinking about like possible ways she can deal with him without causing too much damage.
Mm-hmm.
You do realize you just basically cut all my methods by 2/3.
I'm a good healer, Daphne. I'm not that great.
Are you saying you couldn't handle it if if all the bones in his leg shattered?
I mean, technically we kind of helped Tobirama when his leg was crushed. Don't know how well he's doing. I don't know.
What about his skull?
No. I still needed the head to be a working part of his body.
It can still be working. The inside just might be made of jello.
I don't want my brother to be a vegetable, Daphne.
If he was a vegetable, he'd be much easier to handle. Tell me I'm wrong.
He's already supposedly died once.
Your husband and Thal would agree with me.
Don't bring them into this conversation. They're
'Cause
not
you know
here
I'm
right
right.
now.
Because you know I'm right.
They've never met him when he was still good.
Alright, fine. Do you want me to Shibari him?
I mean, I was honestly just gonna ask Umeko for the manacles, cast hold person, and give ourselves friendship bracelets.
This is just reminding me of the time I had to help two of these royals just get along, and I basically put them in one large nightshirt. It was two young tabaxis in the nightshirt. It was Leviathan's grandfather and his younger brother. It was quite hilarious.
Atham's not much taller than me, but that might work.
I mean, if we use one of Diar's shirts, although I don't think he has one.
He barely wears a shirt, so if he owns it, I'm sure he won't notice it go missing.
Probably not.
Am I gonna try to break into Diar's room and steal a shirt?
I mean, technically, I could just get in because I just have to tell the servants to, like, unlock the door.
Oh, I lockpicked his door last time.
You didn't ask the servants to unlock the door for you?
I didn't think about asking servants. I have lockpicking tools.
Yeah, you can just ask them to open the door for you. Most of the doors, I mean, they can't open my door, obviously, because I told them not to.
Queen of the castle, I get it.
This is my house, my rules.
Okay, Mom.
If we do run into your brother, so long as he doesn't try to hurt you, or any of us for that matter, I won't be the first one to raise a hand.
I mean, technically, when we were against the pirates, he didn't hurt us.
No, but he was a dick about it.
Yes, but he didn't cause any physical wounds. If your ego took a wound, then that's your own problem.
Oh, my ego's taken a big enough wound from the duelist. Trust me, if I had run into him again, no doubt I would have been snippy about it.
Maybe listen to what he says.
I have been listening.
Without being snippy about it.
No, I've been listening. I agree with mostly what he says. He has very sound arguments. However, he's also a hypocrite since the democracy chose to go back to a monarchy.
Yeah.
Although it makes me wonder if he had modify memory placed on him.
What if they all did? What if they're all just being manipulated?
I mean, we have no proof to prove otherwise. The only one we know for sure has had his memory modified is your brother.
Mm-hmm. I mean, greater restoration doesn't hurt someone.
No, but he doesn't trust you to do it to him.
Yeah, you have to kind of give consent for that spell, which is dumb. Dungeon Master, quick question as Daphne's like thinking about history and stuff. To her knowledge, since she's no doubt had to reread several reiterations of history books since they often get changed over the course of time, could there be any semblance of truth to what Night of Dreams was saying? Or does it sound like, no, it's always been a monarchy, or yes, there was like a transition of power where there was no official monarch?
Give me a history check.
With advantage because this is my thing?
I'll allow it.
Yay!
All right. +3. Here we go. First roll. 15. All right. Second roll.
Okay.
All right. 15.
So 15. As you have been looking through the books, there was one thing that had always struck you a little odd in this whole, like, as you've been reading the various iterations, is that in some of the earliest ones, it seems that there seemed to be almost like a little strange gap or some level of inconsistency among the writers, like from like the collective works from other people, and that how the sort of hybrid monarchy confederacy came into being. Some of them say that this was something that was established by the people wanting that sort. They wanted to be like the other countries and wanted having their own kings, while others say it came about due to some of the the economic and internal the sort of social threats they've had, because they just had a revolution, so they needed to centralize, consolidate the powers and all that, just to keep things stable.
But there was like a gap in history.
It seems like in some places it seems like a gap, others it just seems like a level of inconsistency depending on the writer. They didn't really touch much on it. Kind of like how kind of like for in like the American school system, like there's that part where like, okay, they cover the revolution and then okay, we don't really cover much afterwards. We just kind of skip like 50 to 100 years later kind of thing.
Daphne is quiet for a second. I don't think he was lying.
Yeah?
In the books, multiple books, this is the only consistency I could find, which was an inconsistency, was roughly a year or a couple of years after the founding of the Confederacy. No official names were made. No official statements. Almost like it didn't exist.
So what are you gonna do about it?
Well, I already wrote a letter to Zareth and Leviathan about about what he said, and to keep a close eye on the family and the other council members. If he's going to be a threat to the king, to Serpent and Leviathan, I have to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
Even if he is considered the forefather of the Confederacy. I just hope... Liz, did I ever tell you I never wanted my name in history? I just wanted to be a footnote. Just like, no, I want to tell the stories, yes. I do not want to be in them.
And now you're a champion of a god.
Yeah, I'm hoping that is just kind of glossed over, because... And she holds up her arm where, like, along her skin there's, like, the very, very pale rendition of the trident.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like a tattoo.
Mm-hmm.
This is already a big enough red flag for people to realize, oh dang, there's something going on there. I don't want attention. I am a support person. I am not made to be front and center.
So then I guess I shouldn't ask you for help when I go back to Azuria?
Daphne blinks. Well, you can ask. It's just, I'm not sure how... Did I tell you Serpent offered my job back?
I assume. After everything got cleared up. But I went to your library a couple nights ago and I did find those papers from Anna. Turns out according to like one of the articles, my dad was silencing the art.
Did you ask your dad about that?
I have not gotten contact with my dad since before I read these. So, might need some bards or just people.
Well, I'm honestly considering it. But since you are my younger sister and all but blood, she says, looking up at all the constellations, I can't exactly say no to you, otherwise you'll give me that kicked puppy look.
I've had many years of practice.
It stills nothing on King Serpent's kitten eyes. He had those mastered, but then they just went away when he hit puberty, and I was so disappointed.
I can just turn into a cat at that point.
Not the same.
Yeah.
I still remember when I was teaching him how to swim.
Yeah, you threw him in a lake, right?
No, better. I threw him into the pond in the castle's garden.
Lake, pond, same thing. Small body of water that is not the ocean.
I still think he secretly resents me for that, because he looked like a drowned cat.
I would too.
He learned how to swim. That's how I taught all the royals. I have to have some fun here and there.
Yeah,
And it's how I will teach his children when he has them, which, by the way, when I do see him again, I do have to start discussing with him courting a possible future queen and or consort.
sounds like you're going to be busy.
Mm-hmm.
But, we should probably go to bed. So, we can get up the mountain. Remind me when we're outside to scrying at them. Because I can't do it in here.
Very well. I'm going to do some praying for the night, and then I'll go to my room.
All right.
So I get one of the servants to bring me a small bowl of water, and I just look at it while holding my pearl, meditating.
Okay.
I'll add the piety point.
Mm-hmm. Umeko.
I would say she's probably been words, Jesus. She's probably been in the training room this whole time. Probably more or less what she does each night we've been in there, but she'd start by meditating for a sec. And then are there servants in the training room that fight back?
Well, if you call upon them on request, then yeah, you could do that.
I will warn you though, they're not corporeal.
That's fine. She wants them to hit her. She's basically just trying to focus on getting her reaction time better.
Mm-hmm.
So just having them try to hit her harder and harder each time. And once she starts feeling bad, I guess her offense or what she's doing is she's trying to get better at her magic.
I see. Okay.
So she'll be trying to either heal herself or in a sense even try to even cast a spell, because I imagine she's very stressed right now. So and no one's here to teach her how to do this.
Mm-hmm.
So she's just kind of been forcefully trying to learn herself. Whether or not that works is up to you.
As you are focusing on this, the stress, it reminds you a little bit of a time when you were trying to do some of the things that Ichor had done, which is the same thing with your key, and you then remember him at one point saying, "Just you got it. If your mind stays clouded, then so will your vision. Empty it. Empty it to a point where you can see clearly." And you remember this lesson, and you start applying that to your spell casting, and you find that it seems to be working a bit better. Still a bit rough around the edges, but but you're starting to feel that treated similar to that of Key, but except a different, as if it's from a different source instead.
Can she try to get around that? The fact that it's still a bit rough with she has calm emotions. Could she do that on herself?
Sure, yeah, she could do that as long as the spell, as long as the creature is willing. That's the key for that.
So she could use that on herself to I guess bypass the hard part of letting
Yeah.
go of emotion.
Fair enough.
But yeah, that's basically what she's been doing this whole time. Anytime they're in the Clover House, is just practicing her magic, and then she has a cantrip that heals, so she would heal herself up, so no one would notice that she's been doing this to herself.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay. So. Just gonna wait on one little thing, but let me go ahead and roll some real quick. Let me know once Dalan returns.
Ben and Jerry's.
Oh shit, ice cream.
Ice
Ooh,
cream.
yes,
Ice
ice
cream.
cream. All right. And while this is while we're waiting on him, let me look up something real quick. I have to figure out the rules for this.
Who's getting visited?
I'm like, that's a lot of dice I hear rolling.
Who's getting visited?
Dalan, we're waiting on tech.
Well, shit.
Maybe Dalan.
You can't
Maybe
avoid it
Gale,
forever,
who
tech.
knows? It's one of us. Someone's getting visited tonight. No ice cream for you. You're lactose intolerant.
I know.
Even though you do not lactose.
Are cats lactose intolerant?
No.
Most cats are actually lactose intolerant.
Really?
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
I know. I mean, you think that they, because you always see the whole thing about cats with milk and cream.
No.
You wouldn't think that'd be the problem.
Right?
Well, a lot of cats are. I haven't gotten mine tested, but basically what happens is, well, same thing as Herald when he has pizza.
I don't know how I feel about this.
We're in rare form tonight.
I know we are.
I say
Ow.
human pets and consent is bad.
Oh my gosh.
That's what was said!
Oh my gosh.
Technically, Lydia said consent was dumb.
Yeah.
Data restoration.
Teksuo's back.
Dalen's back.
Yep. So Dalan, as you enter your room to turn in for the night, and you close the door behind you, you suddenly hear a voice. Well, this certainly has been quite a trek for you, hasn't it?
Yes, yes, indeed. And he looks around to see if he sees the prophet, like,
Mhm.
manifested in his room.
Okay, give me 1 second. Just looking for something. There we go. You do see that sitting there in the chair with the book in hand, just looking down at it, though almost as if it was some sort of mean joke he's playing on you, sitting there obscuring the view of the pinup.
Do I notice that the pinup is missing?
As far you don't, it doesn't seem like to be missing, though. You do notice that there seems to be almost like as if someone had turned up the brightness level and you can't exactly see anything.
So Dalan turns to him, and then just kind of like notices that the brightness is obscured a little bit from the on the pinup, and he's just like, is it possible that you're able to turn down your lights, laddie?
He just looks up. If I turn down the lights, your spells probably would have a little difficulty working.
Fair enough. Dalan just goes and sits down next to him.
Truth be told, I'm quite surprised. Quite surprised by your choices.
Well, I'm nothing if not a open-minded student. I caught myself getting a little bit angry when I found out that her brother was part of all of this. And then I remembered our conversation from last time. And I remember that it's considering the fact that he's her brother, I potentially be putting her through the same pain and turmoil that I've been through. He's made his own choices, but he's still her brother. That's a family.
Reminded you of the pain of what you've been through because of Harig? As he just turns a page. Or the pain in which the captain that had succeeded him.
Both.
Well, people are funny. They're funny in that they make their choices. We don't exactly always know why they made these choices. Sometimes it's because they were a victim of a consequence. Other times, it's because their beliefs, convictions are so strong they cannot but believe that they are within their right.
I don't understand that. That's how I felt when I was, I guess you could say, on the warpath, wanting nothing but revenge on the Golden Syndicate and the Fallen. Mind you, I still do, but if handling things a different way would mean more people get justice, I'd rather see that outcome than me doing something that would potentially satisfy me but cause harm to others.
Slowly nods. And then he side glances you from his book. He gives you a small, amused smile. You're definitely not a filthy pirate.
That I'm not anymore. You know, it's weird. It's very strange. I spent most of my life at sea, going from boat to boat until I fell in with Harlech and his crew. And I had no problem being a pirate, but over time I've kind of come away from that a wee bit. And it's strange. It's almost now, it's still in me, but at the same time, it's one of those things when someone says it, it almost feels like an insult.
Someone I once know called that a hangover. I think that's what you are experiencing right now.
Oh, I've experienced me fair share of those.
I do not doubt that.
Buddy. But yeah, you're not wrong. This is starting to feel very much like a hangover.
Well, just like hangovers, they disappear with time.
That they do, laddie. That they do.
But of course, they will always try to make their mark. Just like how people are. Whether they want to be a big part of history, or they just want to be impactful in one person's life. We all want to make that lasting impression.
He kind of leans in closer to him. Speaking of making impressions, I was wondering if a certain drow lady had made an impression upon you.
I'll tell you one thing. There are many people who left an impactful impression upon me.
Was she one of them?
What'd you say? I had a hard time hearing you.
And was she one of them?
Like I said, there were many who made a lasting impression.
Mm-hmm. Taylor just kind of he just kind of like gives him a, just kind of like leans back in the chair, just kind of gives him a little smirk, and he's just kind of like, just looking at him with like a raised eyebrow.
Clearly, you have questions, and some I could answer, some I cannot.
Fair enough, laddie. Fair enough.
And that's one thing you're gonna have to get used to. Playing by the rules.
Doing me best.
Like I said, that's something you're gonna have to get used to.
I would say it's been a wee bit frustrating at times, but it's been refreshing in its own way.
Well, I'll tell you this. Even though that we follow a path that we know is to be right, it doesn't mean it's going to be easy. And you're going to make mistakes, grave mistakes. I've made those as well. I may be known as the prophet, but that doesn't mean that I am the perfect example of a person. I've had my faults. I still have regrets. But in the end, I acknowledge the fact that that's just part of life. And that's part of this path that we walk. I know you probably feel some of those mistakes now, and you will feel more of them as your days go on, but question is, what do you do when you make those mistakes? Or when you have those regrets?
Same thing I did today. I fixed them.
You fix what you can. And if not, if you're not able to, learn from them.
Aye.
I'll tell you this, if you're doing that now, you might be a step ahead of me in some ways.
Henley just kind of leans back up in his chair a little bit more. I find it hard to believe that you were a bit of a ragamuffin back in your day.
Well, I guess you can say looks can be deceiving. But we all have to start somewhere.
That we do, laddie. That we do. All ships have to leave the port eventually.
Mm-hmm. Even if you accidentally leave a few pieces of cargo on the dock.
Or in the case of a certain dragonborn, I know occasionally you leave a certain crewmate behind.
Well, I guess that is the case, but he seems to pause. Seem to be thinking about something. And for the first time, you see, as you ask this, you see that the smiles, for the first time, really seems to fade. The first time you see a hint of sadness. There is one thing, though, that still needs to come to pass. Something I had foretold so long ago. Well, it's not for me to tell you because this was meant for that person. But you just might be playing a role in what I had foretold.
Does this involve one of your mates?
It does not involve one of your companions. It does involve someone, however. And they've walked down this path so far that it's inevitable.
Is this someone that I've met?
You have. But I'll share it with you once the time comes. For if I tell you now, your response would be very different.
Understandable.
Just be prepared for and this is why I come to you, to be prepared for that, because it soon will come to pass. I guess you can say it is my last prophecy being fulfilled.
You said it's going to be happening soon. Is it involving a trip to see the Colossus?
I can only tell you what I have been told. I do not know the specifics as to when or where it will happen, but I know that it's happening soon. You're going to be playing a pivotal role in this.
All right. I will keep that in mind. I'll keep my ears open.
The sad look on his face, it turns to that one of apologetic. I truly do wish I could tell you, but I have my instructions, just like you do.
Well, when the captain gives an order, crew's got to follow.
Even when it's an order that is difficult to follow through. But just take heart in that. When that time comes, I will be there with you.
I
Oh,
can tell this is something that's weighing on you as well, because in the last few times that I've seen you, this is the first time that I've seen you with a heavy face.
that is true, though. Through my years of witnessing of what has happened, I haven't had that heavy look. I haven't felt this heavy since for quite some time. But I'm trusting you with this, as he is.
I'll do my best to ensure that the trust is not misplaced.
If it was truly to be misplaced, then I'd wonder if I really am the prophet. And he closes the book. You have a difficult trek ahead of you into the darkness of the crypt. Just remember, you will not be led astray.
Aye.
And as you close your eyes for a moment, the chair is empty once more.
First thing he does is look around for his cut up of Redalia.
Still, you look to the picture of Redalia. You see Redalia there. Though, seems to be fully dressed.
Dalan immediately looks around and just kind of like looks up. You bastard!
No distractions, only homework.
You cheeky bastard!
Did that motherfucker cryptic bastard bypass Daphne's magic?
He's a prophet.
He's a light bearer, honey.
So, you all can go ahead and take your long rest, and we're going to go ahead and take our break as well.
Sweet.
Oh,
man, that was
boy.
good.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out with us. We will be right back. We're just going to take a breather. Don't go away. We'll have more Ick and Honor in just a moment.
Woo.
he's gonna come back and curb stomp us, remember?
Yes.
I don't wish to be curb stomped today. Thank you very much.
What happened?
I decline.
Hold on a second. What happened to the overlay? That's weird.
I ate it. You
We're
took
all
too
white
long.
blocks.
Apparently.
Did Gale turn back into his old form, by the way? It's the old token.
I only had that as a placeholder because I was having some issues.
Oh, okay.
Let me see what happened here. Let me try refreshing these. Maybe that'll help.
It was like, no break for you.
Apparently.
Dare you take a break?
Just when shit was getting good, man.
I know, right?
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh no.
Ah.
Dusty, come back.
Damn it.
They got a full good see. I was wrong.
We can play with all white squares, right?
Hold on.
Classic D&D, go.
I know, right?
Are we still on the battle map? The battle map layout?
Let's see. Yeah, hold on a sec. I'm just trying to fix this up. I don't know why it happened this way. I
They
think
can at least hear us.
that is true, but let me just go ahead and try something here real quick.
So we
Not
all
D&D.
make like stick figure PNG avatars. Go. That's
Right.
us now.
Yeah.
Quick, everyone do your sprite forms.
We're trying something. I'm testing a few things. Give me a moment, guys.
1.
To launch
Um,
our VTuber models, I guess.
I know, right? Ay.
Wait, I'm not a VTuber though.
So make a model of your character.
I don't know how to do that.
Oh, there we go. All right, I figured out the problem.
It's
apparently-
because I'm ugly, isn't it?
I'm proud of you.
No, it did a weird update.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it did that.
It didn't update while we were on break.
I know, right?
That's kind of...
There we go. We'll just have to edit that out. Okay. Yep. Getting you all back in. And let me make sure.
Am I just eating the sauce and the bread? Yes.
Let's see.
The rest of the stuff's right
Oh,
here.
wait, nope, not this one.
Due to that poor pizza, Dusty.
Mhm.
They just like fall apart.
Apparently.
No, I
Okay. So
purposely
sorry about
took
that.
the
Thank you
stuff
for your
off.
patience. I'll go ahead and fix that up. Okay. Okay. So, thank you for your patience and welcome back. So, pick up where we left off the next day. And let's go ahead and take a look into what you got. What are you all doing as you wake up?
Cosmic Omen?
Alrighty.
Again?
Yeah, if you want, go ahead.
Eating fruit.
Mm-hmm.
And
Dear's like-
she's
Same
eating
thing,
fruit,
cool.
and she's currently glaring down at a book, which is the same book she had the night before.
And
Gale wants. Oh,
go ahead, Gale.
Gale wants to go find Umeko. Actually,
She'd probably just be chilling in the kitchen, getting food.
is it just him and Umeko?
Actually,
and the
Dear would
ghostly
have tried to
serpents.
find Umeko too. So,
Okay.
Umeko, you're so popular today.
No, that's not good.
How's it going?
Good? How's it going for you?
Not so good.
She'll just like put down her food and like full turns him like, yeah?
Gale's gonna summon the Book of Shadows. So, had another meeting with Paradox last night. Not last night, the night before.
Before you continue, stop you right there. Why is it every time you have a talk with the Magic Man, you come to me first?
I don't know who else to talk to.
Literally anyone else that's better at magic. But go on, sure, fuck it. What did he tell you?
Wait, does your patron talk to you through a head as well?
What?
I'm sorry, what?
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm gonna need some context for that, laddie.
Hi, Dayla. I guess you're here too.
Are we all just filing into like the dining room for breakfast? Like,
Basically.
what?
Daphne slowly looks up from her book that she was glaring at, like, I'm sorry, does your god give you head?
Oh my god.
Good morning?
Good morning? Give you a head! Give you a head!
What?
It is at this point. Tech literally got it. He literally just got it to see.
You killed him.
He's on the ground. I can see like clips of his body.
Yeah. Oh.
If we were still on Twitch, I'd clip that.
Mhm. Oh.
Make a note of this so we can make a compilation of it later.
Apparently.
Timestamp it.
Oh my goodness.
Good morning. What?
Yes, I was half paying attention.
Oh.
So, what?
I met with Paradox the other night.
So,
Uh-huh.
I have a task that I have to do.
oh, by the way,
After
Delan, after you hear this and whatnot, you can't help but feeling like a strange feeling of disappointment.
I don't care. Talon's
Oh,
not giving
God.
straight answers right now, so he doesn't get an opinion on this matter.
Oh god. I'm crying. Oh, was not ready for that.
You were saying, Gale, you have a task? We have another thing to put on our laundry list?
Sure. It'll happen after the Oni and all that, though.
Okay, and Diar has a... This is going to make much more sense than what I said earlier. Diar has a
Question.
talking head?
I'll explain it later, but, Umeko, can I borrow the ring?
Does it involve the head?
Yes and no. Also, Daylin, could I borrow you as well? Not to
Daylin.
talk to a head.
You won't be getting anything from me, laddie, but fine.
God damn it!
The weirdest morning I've had in a long time.
Yeah, sure, I'll give Dear the ring.
Diar's gonna start attuning to it, and then ask Daylin if he could put sending in it.
Mm.
We're mature guys, I promise.
Oh god. Okay.
Anyway,
Dale, Dale reaches over, putting one hand on his drum, the other hand on his on the ring, and starts casting sending into it. Oh god.
Alrighty.
Okay, I'm good.
is it? What do you do when your warlock potentially asks you that you have to kill someone?
I mean, if it's anything to go by the last warlock we had to deal with, you gotta do it or your soul's gonna get eaten.
Or you die again.
Daphne just points at Diar and just nods.
Why do y'all keep making deals with magic men?
I don't know. All I know is I don't want anyone I know to make any more deals with patrons.
I didn't
Just never seems to
consciously do
work out.
mine.
I said that I would do it.
Who is it? I have a feeling I'm not gonna like this answer. Gale Windleaf.
Did your patron say you can't tell us?
Paradox didn't say that, did he? DM?
Not that you're aware of.
Remember how we said no secrets?
Paradox says I have to kill Tobirama.
Oh,
Toby!
Seems like everyone's patron's asking him to kill someone.
who do you have to kill?
Wait, hold on. Why do you have to kill Toby?
He has a part in apparently all of these, in the threads of all the bullshit going on.
And wasn't he one of the people who like sold you out or wanted to turn you over?
Golden Syndicate, so
Exactly.
he must have a bigger part than we realized.
And he just went disappearing the night after like we fixed his leg. So why is this a problem?
Because he's his friend?
That doesn't sound like friend behavior. And actions have consequences.
Quite sure your brother would know about that, wouldn't he?
Believe me, and he's gonna have consequences from me. Don't worry, I got that one handled, Dalan.
Daphne has a as she takes a long sip of hot cocoa.
Tobirama's in Jazzy. So after all of this, after we do everything like in the up here, then possibly in the Cray, or wherever we're supposed to go, I might go to the Ja to take care of that.
I might be coming with you, because if there's a way that we can... Toby, everything that Argon did, he was a bastard for. Everything that happened with the crew, they were just following orders. So, yeah, it was shitty. But I don't blame them. I don't blame Toby. Toby was a good kid. He was just more of a follower than a... He was more one to follow than to push back against the captain. So I have a hard time believing that he's the kind that can't be redeemed. If I can find my way out of the filth, then I gotta believe that so can he. If we can stop him from having to die, I would rather not have to kill one of the last good men that was on that boat.
Well, if this was an order from your patron, if you don't do it, don't you lose your warlock powers?
Yep. He told me that he would take away everything he gave me.
Is Toby worth that to you? I don't need an answer now. Just think about it.
Is there a time limit?
No. Not that
So
I'm aware of.
Could we essentially just wait for Tobirama to die of old age? Because he's a human. He's not going to live that long anyway. I know from experience.
Yes, we are.
Dalan slowly just turns to Lydia. Not Lydia, turns to Daphne, like.
I
Daphne
mean,
looks back. I
it's a
was
valid
married to a
point.
human. And out of character, you have to bear in mind, Daphne's an elf.
Yeah,
To
I know.
her, 20 years is nothing.
Yeah. But for Dalan, it's like, technically his girlfriend is human, so it's just like, damn.
Existential crisis, go!
Exactly.
Oh yeah, Daphne has long since accepted she will outlive, like, Regalia.
Mm-hmm.
Ever since she wormed her way into becoming Daphne's friend.
Okay, so Gale has to kill Toby. Diar, who do you have to kill?
Can I at least deal with this before that? That this is a big thing for me. I will tell you guys, but I would prefer to do this real quick before that.
Yeah, good.
What was sending?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we have to wait till we're out of the house.
Yes.
Yes. Diar, do you have to kill anybody for your patron?
Yes.
I believe that's what
Oh,
he's
sorry,
really talking about.
Dalan. I meant Dalan. Dalan, do you have to kill anybody for the prophet, Callan, whatever he's choosing to call himself?
Not as such, but he did talk to me last night. And he did say that there was going to be something coming into play soon that was very concerning.
Did he
He was-
say?
No, he's very dodgy.
This is the other thing.
Magic men.
Fucking magic men and their cryptic. At least Youth is a straightforward patron.
Oh my god.
She just gives you a look as she's sipping her coffee before flipping you off.
Daphne flips her right back off as she sips her hot cocoa.
If
Well,
Toby can't, if
That
Toby
stuff
can't be
aside,
with,
and deal with the Colossus god, because that's kind of priority at the moment.
Oh yes, we're dealing with that first year. That's not an issue here at all.
I would really like to step outside and try to scry on Itham to see if that is where he's going. And how much further ahead of us he possibly could be. Because the
Okay.
more time we spend in here, the more time we're wasting.
Hey.
All right.
Quick question, Lydia.
Quick answer? Diar?
Since the duelist and the soldier were together, do the faithful usually work in groups of two?
Sometimes, but not all the time. Because it was the falconer and the soldier at one point, but then now the falconer's alone. The witch was alone, but was slightly working with the arcanist. It's not 100% of the time, but they do have a small buddy system.
And then the
Depends on-
Arcanist was working with Crow.
Who?
I'm sorry, who?
Is there someone called Crow? Is there a new member we weren't aware of?
Isn't that you were looking for relatives of a crow when you asked Ashraf to look into
Hang
that?
on a second. You said the Arcanist was working with Crow. Last one the Arcanist was working with was the Mortician.
Who's with the mutant?
No, the Spectre was with the mutant.
Spectre.
Who's
Yep.
Crow? Diar?
Is this
Basically
thing you
a
have to
father
do-
figure and the person I have to kill.
Oh.
So,
And the
is-
Mortician.
so Crow is the Mortician. Got it.
Okay. And you were asking Ashraf to look for any relatives of Crow. Right?
Until I found out a couple nights ago
So do you want me
from
to tell
the
Ashraf?
talking head.
God damn. So do you want me to tell Ashraf to stop looking for Crow relatives of Crow? Or do you still want that still go?
to some degree, I kind of hope that Crow isn't the mortician. So at the moment, until I get the answer I seek.
Roger.
Roger Dodger. All right, be
Well,
careful.
You have to go outside to do that, and I have to go outside to scries.
Let's
good
just
to
all
go?
go. Let's just go. All go outside because we need to get going.
We all
Daphne-
got our shit.
Daphne closes the history book that she had and looks at it. Just tosses it on the table and walks on, follows everyone.
Okay.
You need to treat books better than that, Daphne.
Oh, I was tempted to throw it in the fire.
Why?
Would it like replace itself because this
Yep.
places everything that you read? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It was a history book.
Oh, and what to do? What
Mm.
Night of Dreams said. Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I'll tell you guys about that on the way up the mountain.
You just hear Youth chime in. Is today opposite day or something? Because everyone seems to flip their personalities.
Well, that's what
It's
happens.
these fucking mountains, man.
The talking heads, the patrons that apparently all have hit lists.
Actually, the talking head's been since we killed the mutant.
Oh.
Well, good to know.
Is that
Wait,
also
is
the
when
first-
you started talking to gods?
Is
Oh,
Is
We all
the
talk to your gods?
I mean, I talked to a giant sea turtle dragon.
yeah, I prayed to the storm architect, but never gotten a reply, so I don't count that as talking.
All right.
I mean, to my knowledge, Youth doesn't talk to her god.
Because he creeped me out.
Rama's not that bad.
Ramon's,
This guy's worse, girl.
Ramon's the rat, right?
The
big
rats.
rat made a little rat. Yeah.
Rats.
Rats.
As in plural?
Rat. Well, yes and no.
Big rat made a little rats. It's kind of cool if you think about it.
Dear starts walking out the door.
No, yeah.
I'm ready to go. I got
At
you.
this moment, Dalan, you realize maybe you got. You start to wonder if maybe the prophet has a hit list. Maybe, maybe not.
Oh, no.
Mhm.
You're like, wait, does he? What?
Exactly. That's kind of what's going through Dalen's mind right now.
In my defense, this is the first time Paradox has ever asked me to kill him.
I think
That's
the
how
third
it starts,
time.
man.
Third time for me.
Jesus.
Who was the second?
Actually, the first was after we killed the mutant.
Mhm.
Second was you, and then third was Crow.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
excuse me.
Mom is going outside. I don't need to.
Dear's walking outside while saying it too.
Okay.
We're all
You don't
walking.
need-
Be in charge.
All right. So everyone's outside. You said you were casting scrying, Lydia.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull out my silver mirror and my Ithm's arrow, and I'm gonna try to scry on me brother.
All right.
Wisdom saving throw of 17 minus
Alrighty.
9.
Okay.
Nacho.
Boop.
I gotta take
Good
a
luck,
picture of
Boops.
this.
Boop.
No, that's either good or bad.
Good luck, boops.
It's either a nat 20 or a nat 1.
Or double
I-
that 20.
Oh, or a double nat 1.
Where are we posting it, Herald?
Take her an honor sharing.
Let's see.
Show me the goods. Ah!
The good luck boops didn't work.
Well, it did for me,
Minus 9. Minus
but it's a
9.
natural 20.
Minus 9.
Success.
There's still a modifier.
Still critical success.
Still a modifier.
Dear uses the ring.
Hold on. As you try casting it, you have a bit of difficulty trying. You don't get you don't seem to get a hold of him.
Do I cast it again?
Scrying doesn't work up here. I tried scrying on Tobirama, but the magic of these mountains isn't letting us scry.
No, I'm pretty sure this is Itham being stubborn.
So,
Do I do it again? That's the question. I'll do it again later.
Going to a crypt.
I know, I
Going
wanted to
to
see
the
if he was in the crypt.
Oh.
as you are outside, you do see that you see a rather tall mountain that's not too far away. It's like as if it's piercing up into the heavens themselves. But Diar, you said you're going to cast Sending?
Yep, with the Ring of Spell Storing.
Okay.
And it is to the Mortician, aka Crow.
Okay.
And my 25 words exact. Crow, are you really the Mortician? If so, come talk to me. I'm now a Furbolg, and your enemy. Let's settle this, old man. Dear.
Okay.
And he says that out loud so the party actually hears him, since he's basically said everything.
All right. So,
Oh,
here's what's going to happen. You do get a response, however.
Oh no.
Everyone else, so the music that's going to be playing, once it stops, you can unmute your headphones.
We have to deafen?
Yes, you need to
Oh,
deafen for
no.
this one.
Okay, bye.
As in headphones muted.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Oh no! Oh no!
Let's
I'm
see.
scared. So scared.
As you sent this off, you suddenly hear a voice. Definitely doesn't sound like the one that you were used to hearing. But as you listen, it sends a chill down your spine.
As much as it would be entertaining to finally add you to my collection, there is one I need at the moment. One that my companion needs.
And that's where it ends.
We good?
Yep.
Okay, we good. We good.
Also, for record, you cannot listen to this on the past VOD.
God damn it.
Deer immediately takes off the ring.
Mm-hmm.
His hand slightly shaking, hands it to Umeko.
You okay over there?
Don't think that's the question to ask here.
Dalan
Diar.
turns to Diar. What did you just do?
That's not the question to ask here either.
Gale's gonna say in Draconic to Daphne, and you guys say I'm the loud one. Yeah, he's just talking to the enemy as well.
Daphne replies back, yes, the difference is he didn't tell the mortician where we were.
I did not tell the conjurer where we were.
No, you just told him vital information about what we knew.
Umeko, do you take back the ring?
We all make mistakes and trust.
Yes?
Okay.
I don't like how you phrased that, but yes.
Okay.
Daphne's gonna look at Diar. Alright, I I take it didn't go well.
I've made up my mind.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It means there's nothing holding me back. Dear breaks the dagger he has.
Okay. Would you like to describe this dagger? Would you like to describe the dagger? Because
certainly, it is a drow-made dagger, and it's been with Diar from day one, and he hasn't really used it at all. But he always, like, especially recently, he's kind of held on to it here and there, but not used it ever. And he just broke it.
Why did you just break a dagger?
It broke my... In a sense, it's symbolic of breaking my chains with him. Breaking all memories of him.
Dear, I say this with love. Are you in the right headspace to continue, or do you need a bit of time?
I am completely... I am capable of doing this.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. And she looks to Lydia. I think we're ready to go now.
Before we get going, can I just take a quick sweep? Is there any, like, fresh prints in the snow or anything, DM, that shows that anything's come by?
Give me a perception check.
Is it sunny?
Or
am I disadvantage if it's further than 30 feet?
Yeah, it's...
Because you're a wonderful sun hat.
Because I'm wearing a sun hat.
Just go ahead and roll a perception check. Get straight one.
Daphne looks at Gale. We need to get her a winter sun hat next time we're in town.
26.
So
I was gonna write that in the air. Duly noted.
You take a look around. You don't see. So it doesn't appear as if there was any fresh snow footsteps, because, as you know, the snow had. It's more than likely have come by at night, but you don't see anything. It's just like a blanket or icing on a cake. Just covers the area.
Okay. And I'm sure that also applies to, like, broken branches on trees or anything, like, if anything.
Yeah, there are no trees in this area.
We good? Onward, hoes?
Onward on.
Did you just call us hoes?
Well, I'm not going there this morning. We've already had too much.
All right.
Jalen just follows Lydia.
As we're walking, Umeko's gonna come up next to Diar and grab his hand with her hand, like her actual one, and just kind of like rub the back of his hand with her thumb, just give him a look.
His eyes are welling up.
She'll just squeeze his hand and let go when he's ready.
He's gonna kind of hang back and wait for everyone else to start walking, and looks down at the dagger, kneels down, buries it in the snow, and just says very softly, "Just so you know, you made an enemy out of someone who could have been a good ally. You betrayed someone's trust, and I hope you know that." And then she steps down on the mound and follows the group.
So, as you are approaching the mountain and start climbing upward, you start to realize just how difficult of an area this is. It's considered half movement at the moment, But I'm going to need everyone to roll me athletics checks.
Wait, I
Hell
think
yeah.
because I'm a druid, I'm not affected by difficult terrain right now.
So wait, it's
22.
survival?
Athletics. Your
Oh,
old
no,
friend.
I don't think Daphne's athletic.
But I'm
Ooh.
more
Shit.
ballet than football.
Daphne isn't so much athletic as she is stretchy.
Mhm.
I'm more ballet
Does
than
that make
football.
sense?
Monk shit.
Ballet.
Yeah. Monk shenanigans for you.
Gymnastics.
Exactly.
Okay.
16.
I'm
So
proficient
it
in
takes you
athletics.
it takes you a bit as you all climb up. Dear, because of what's heavy on your mind, it's a bit challenging for you on this climb. You find yourselves being a bit on the slower end. But as you are climbing up, you get to a point where it is very rocky, to a point that you start to wonder, are we going the right way? Is this really the mountain?
No.
But as you're climbing up, I'd like for you all to give me perception checks.
Yeah. Perception.
DM straight or disadvantage?
Straight.
21.
19.
21.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
So you're looking around. You start to see, as the snow is starting to pick up, you're starting to get those hints of that sort of snowstorm that was here before. You begin looking around, looking for some sort of shelter. But then you notice that there appears to be almost like a bit of a divot, or just like a little spot against the side of the mountain that seems to sink a little bit inward. And you see that off to your right. But you also see that it's, as you are moving up, it gets quite rocky. Very, very rocky. To a point it's like almost like bouldering. But these are like big rocks. You don't know if this is like, there is no trail. You are just climbing this thing, and you see this divot off to this impression into the mountain on the right side. What do you do?
Gale's
Can we
gonna
tell
look.
what the impression is?
As you take a look, you see that it's almost as if it's, as you turn to look, yeah, you see it looks a little bit of an impression, but as you focus in with your passive perception, you see that seems to be some sort of carving into the rock itself.
Clean off some of the snow. Can you see the carving? Or make out what it was, if it eroded?
As you brush it away, you see that there's more of this carving, but you begin to see a little bit of raised points here and there until you realize this is carved into the rock itself. You look to the other side of it, and you see it's the similar thing on that side as well.
Is it a picture? Is it words?
Seems to be that of a language.
Ooh, can Odo comprehend language? Or is that only spoken?
That's only spoken.
Frick.
Comprehend
Can she
language
read it?
works. Comprehend language works if you put your hand on it as well. But it takes a minute
okay.
to
Well
read.
then, pin. Lydia will grab her pin and put her hand on it.
All right. Now, can you do me a favor and roll me an intelligence check, because it is awfully faded.
Ooh, intelligence.
Intelligence.
13.
as you try to brush your hand against it, some of it is really hard to pick up because it seems like as if time had faded some of it away.
Mm-hmm.
But you do catch something that catches your attention. It says blank. So it's like there's a bit of words, like a letter or two, and then another letter or two, but then followed up with appears to be the end of a sentence. Mountain sleeps.
So there was stuff on the other side too?
Yeah. There's stuff on the other side too. But this one seems to be more of an artistic depiction, though it's not exactly the same as like, when you think of like carving into stone. This seems very primitive.
Can I tell what it is?
You can see from the work there seems to be like there seems to be that of a large figure. And it just seems to be, there's a whole bunch of, almost like as if someone scribbled where the face would be. But you also see what appears to be these two beady-like eyes. And you just see a multiple small figures around it. And you see there's, in the background, you could say, what appears to be multiple triangles that seem to resemble that of mountains.
I'll relay this information to the group.
Mm-hmm.
Because they've probably seen me just like
Yeah.
trail hopping.
And it's all on one side.
Oh, okay.
All on the right side. Where against the mountain.
Once Dalan hears about this, he's gonna go and actually look at the writing and see if it's something that he recognizes.
Gale's gonna go over to where Lydia was, and could I make it out if I did like a perception or anything?
It's not a language you know.
Okay.
Daphne, who apparently knows every language ever said and spoken, looks at it. Is it a language she knows?
What languages do you know?
Ahem. One moment.
I have a feeling it's giant. Diar.
Let me see if I can read it first. Daphne doesn't get to show off her language skills that often. Except when she's eavesdropping.
Or reading other people's mail.
Or reading other people's mail. She knows Avian, Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, Elvish, Primordial, Sylvan, and Undercommon.
It's none of those.
Damn it!
Diar.
Diar's gonna take a look and see if it's giant.
You look at it and you do indeed recognize it as giant, though you also see that it's a very, like, you know how there's like English and then there's Old English? It's like old giant, but you understand the giant's tongue well enough to get what the gist is. So you see the same thing that Lydia saw on the left side, but you take a look and you see upward where there's kind of like almost like an arch, as it says, the final home of those. I'm sorry. The final home for those who sleep in the mountain.
Do you mind? Do you mind?
Diar, as he's reading this, is saying it out loud in common.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna look up slightly like, the benefits of being tall. Heck.
Tell me about it.
That's above my eye line. No wonder I didn't see it. Do you think that's an entrance for the crypt? That kind of sounds crypt.
Has anyone thought of checking the map?
Right, I have a map.
It just
I'll pull up the map.
as you looked at the map, because you had looked at it during your multiple times that each
Yeah.
for the days traveling to it, you would realize that this map is very much showing you the path you need to take to the mountain. It doesn't say where it is. As you remember, Mirai had said that no one's been there forever.
Goodbye.
I thought Mirai said it'd take us to the crypt. All right,
I see a nuggets.
and a nacho. I see.
Got a nugget
cheese.
over here. Got a nacho. I'm trying to snap.
If I push on the indentation, does it give way? Like it's a doorway filled with snow?
You push on it, and you think it's going to be a really heavy thing to push, but it's surprisingly light. As you push into it, it just opens.
Is it dark in there?
It is indeed very dark. Your dark vision
I
actually
see.
activates.
I boop the nugget.
Who can't see in the dark? I know
Oh.
Umeko can't.
I got a bug.
Right, you got a bug. Can everyone else see in the dark?
I can't, but I can cast light.
Oh, okay. Because I'm like, I can do dancing lights too. Actually, dark vision is for me 120. Harold, do I see anything in that 120 feet dark vision?
You do. You see that it actually at first it catches you by surprise, but you see that it's actually a rather thin corridor, like 10 feet across. So enough for you to go 2 by 2. But you see that there seems to be just a lot to show in the sense of it is old, it is there, it doesn't look like it's been taken care of for quite some time. And if you could do me a favor, could you roll me a perception check real quick?
Guidance. Because I'm scared. You said perception, correct?
Yes.
Dark, so flat roll.
Whoop, that's the wrong music. Sorry.
Gonna
Yeah.
say Harold, concerning.
21.
Okay. I think this is the one I'm looking for.
Spooky music.
What's the pillow?
Yep, this is the one.
Kitchen.
As you are, and you rolled a 21. You take a look, and as you're looking around in this area, you do notice that there seems to be a faint outline of what appears to be footprints in the stone.
Oh no.
In the stone? Or in
Like
the
as
snow?
if it's like
Oh.
like as if there was water, like someone trailed water into it.
Hey y'all.
There's a dog.
It's my doggo. Hi baby. Hi baby. Hi. Okay. Go. Get off the desk. Okay. Sorry, pardon the interruption. This might be it. There are footprints though. So we may not be alone.
Lovely.
You think
If
it's your brother?
I mean, I can try scrying on him right now, or we can just go in. Do I have pass without a trace?
If
I
Umeko
do
is still holding Diar's hand, he's gonna let go at this point
Okay.
and draw out his weapon.
Okay.
I do have pass without a trace if we want to sneak in and try to get the drop.
Do it.
Not a bad idea.
If we stealth, we now have +10 to your roll.
Okay. So, as you're all entering, what is the marching order going to be?
I'll take point.
You'll take point.
Diar will also take point.
Okay, so both of
take
you are in
point.
front.
2 by 2.
Middle.
Delan be mid.
Okay.
Dylan, do you want to be near me so you don't have to cast light?
That'll work.
Cause bug.
Stuff. Yes.
The
Good
blind
stuff.
people
Ah,
in the
yes,
middle.
black fire.
Yeah.
Do you have dark vision, Dalen, or no?
No.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Maybe
blind
I should
people in the
be
middle.
ahead of you guys because I have dark vision as well.
If they're behind Lydia and Diar, we both have dark vision. So if Daphne and Gale take up the back, that way dark vision is in front and back, so the blind people are in the middle. With
That
the
works.
bug.
Daphne, you okay with taking the rear with me?
Yep.
All right, so
Youth?
Gale and Daphne are in the back.
Where does Youth want a boogie?
I'll put her wherever.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
just
mean,
usually you
technically
guys
speaking,
choose.
I can be in any space with anyone too. So
True.
Valid.
You small.
I'm
You
a small.
You could
Cool.
ride on Dalen's shoulders.
Last time that happened, we fought oozes.
I have an ooze in my bag. I do technically have an ooze in my bag.
Why?
What? You
I
have
found
an ooze
it.
in your bag?
Yeah.
She's had it.
It was a gift from Anira. Same with Assassin's Blood, but that is not the problem right now.
Is Assassin's Blood poison?
Yes.
I may borrow that later.
It can kill you in 24 hours, yes. Anyways, ignoring the
So
fact
we're
that I
giving
have
it to your
poison.
brother.
No.
Okay,
'Cause I don't know
so
the antidote.
Lydia, Diar
Yeah.
are in front. Who's next right behind them?
Dalan and Umeko?
Dalen and Umeko. Okay.
And then Daphne, Gale, and you.
Okay. All right, so I'll just put it so that she's in the very back because
Caboose.
reasons. So,
I mean, she got that cloak that can see everything.
yeah. And so
Oh, right. She has her cloak of many eyes.
Yep. So you're casting light, Umeko, or what are you doing?
It's my bug. He
Okay, just your bug.
Sheds light.
Yeah. So it's 10 feet of bright light, 10 feet of low light. Is that correct? Or 20
Let me
feet?
double check. I can pull it up for you. Bug. The beetle sheds bright light in 10-foot radius and dim light for additional 10.
Okay, so 20.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank
It's a
you.
little bug. Technically it says giant, but it's a small bug.
Wait,
Obviously.
Do you have dark vision?
120 feet. Magical,
Roger.
non-magical.
Okay, I don't got the
Mhm.
magical, but I got the non-magical. Cool. So we're not going in with lights blazing out.
Okay. So, I'm going to go ahead and switch over the map.
Map! I hope this
So.
is it, I swear.
Let me just double check something real quick. Okay. And Diar, you have dark vision, correct?
Yes.
Of how many feet? 60?
120, both
Oh, yeah, that's
magical
right.
and non-magical.
That's right. Dalen does not. Daphne has 60. Gale has 60, right? Or 120?
120 because of
Right. Okay.
double vision.
Got it. Okay. So this is... You're down at the bottom here.
Looking at the footprints, Harold,
Mm-hmm.
which way do they go?
They seem to go straight ahead, up the stairs. Though you also notice off to your right immediately, there is a narrow hall.
Yeah, do they go down that narrow hall or do they continue going straight?
I say going up the stairs.
Okay.
And yes, Umeko.
Do the footprints look a lot deeper set in, as if like he went back? You know, like how people will like go back and then like go again, like in the
Mhm.
same footprints. They'll lead them off. Does it look like they're deeper?
Give me an investigation check.
Question. Do they seem to be the same size as Lydia, indicating they're the same height?
It's dark.
You also give me an investigation check.
Investigation.
Actually, yeah, can I, like, put my foot next to the
Sure.
shoe?
Can
Would
mark?
I get advantage with that then?
Why would you get advantage?
Because she put her foot next to the print.
Sure, I'll allow it.
Do I
Yeah.
get advantage? Because it might be my...
Can Gale also do an investigation check?
Hey,
Oh, that's a
20.
natural 20.
Oh.
You don't need me.
Okay, so give me 1 second, Gale. You take a look, and the one thing you catch that catches your attention is that these are fairly recent, as in within the day. You also see that it's not just one set, because you see that the footprints themselves are of different sizes. Seems there's more than one.
Lydia,
Hmm.
there's more than one set of prints.
Oh. Okay.
What if it's not your brother that's up here?
Well, then we deal with it like we deal with other obstacles. Maybe they're friendly. We don't know unless we press forth, because this is the way we have to go.
Daphne just looks at her when she says, what if they're friendly, with a raised eyebrow? Yes.
You don't know.
And yes,
Yes,
Gale.
because we're going to the Colossus, they'll obviously be friendly.
Can Gale do an investigation check to check the hallway on the right?
What are you looking for exactly?
Footprints. If, like, human footprints.
You are you following the trail of footprints that you see?
Yes.
So you would know that they would go up the stairs.
Okay. Are there any footprints that go to the right?
Not from what you can see.
Alright, I'm just gonna move up the stairs.
Okay, so
Up
Lydia,
the
you'll move
stairs.
first. Where are you moving to? Just moving up?
Just to the top of the stairs, yeah. Is that
Okay.
a wall in there, Harold? Yeah, that's...
So as you're looking out there, yeah, there is a wall right there, but it's like there's two like individual, the 5 foot and wide entrances. But you as you peek through, you see what appears to be a much larger room, and you see that along one part there seems to be rails, like stone carved rails, seeming as if it's looking out towards something.
Do I
Nah.
still see these footprints?
Yes, you would. And
This time I'm realizing, should we roll stealth checks?
Rolling stuff probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Dalen's
Start
gonna
sneaking.
start following Lydia, but he's going to roll stealth.
okay, so those who
I
are
am
planning to
wearing
roll
armor,
stealth, those who are planning to move stealthily, please roll me stealth checks.
Okay,
Plus
and
10.
I am wearing armor, so I have to roll my stealth check at disadvantage.
Yes, you do.
But add 10 to your modifier.
Okay.
Oh, nat 1.
Who won? You rolled a nat 1?
I rolled a nat 1! The rogue! One of the rogues rolled a nat 1.
Okay, 1 second, I gotta
29.
roll mine.
I'm gonna
Uh,
die.
Plus the 10, it would be 21 for me.
Yeah, and Dylan would be 20.
1
Very
second.
funny.
Umeko
Being
just
dumb.
vanishes.
That's 14.
I'm not even gonna worry about rolling for
Yes,
you because
with
her
my
stealth
light,
is
I
super
just
crazy.
vanish.
24.
Okay,
29.
I surpassed.
so you're all
Rogue.
moving upward.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm too shaky.
All right.
It's because you think it's your brother.
Yep.
Now, as you are focusing on this, you move forward, and though as you step up the stairs, you realize that part of it is not as solid as you think it is. As you suddenly break into silence, the rocks falling from the stone staircase itself.
We might want to get up these stairs faster.
We going into the room then?
It's probably either go into the room or fall to our deaths.
Hope for going in the room.
Don't think we have much of a choice.
By the way, this was just flavor for the natural one, so
For my nat 1.
yeah.
It's just the sound of rocks tumbling.
Oh, okay. I thought the stairs were crumbling.
No.
It's
no.
just Lydia kicking Rumble.
Lydia,
I'm sorry.
you're supposed to be the rogue.
I'm nervous. I'm also the druid.
You just hear from Youth. Hi, I'm Chopped Liver. Nice to meet you.
Youth, you were so quiet. I forgot you were here.
Youth's a fucking ninja.
Do we want to check for traps because we know we're not alone?
Traps wouldn't be a bad idea, especially if the visitors that we're expecting are here.
Umeko's just gonna pipe up. Guys, we're in the first hallway. Can we at least get through this?
I mean, we're just being safe, but okay.
Yes, but we've been standing here for 5 minutes.
Okay. Do you not want to check for traps then?
If it means we get to them faster, then maybe.
Okay, fine. Go through the doorway?
All right. Go ahead and you enter the doorway. You then see this this much larger opening, like as if it's like a main entrance. As you see all these various pillars, and you see all this dated carvings, and from along the pillars, you see it's very much like you can understand all these, Diar. You see that all these are in giant, and they either seem to be phrases of welcoming phrases, but also what appears to be that of symbols and sigils that seem to represent protection and like protection, success, prosperous life. That like as if all these are like good rune symbols. You do see, as you're looking around, you do see over the balcony, you do see that there seems to be a doorway here, doorway over there, and one over here, and over here.
Do we want to try to catch up with the footprints, or do we just want to try to find our way through this and get out?
Question mark.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a different symbol above each of the doors?
Semicolon.
No, it's actually the doors themselves seem simplistic in design. The wood seems to be old and weathered, but there's no carvings in particular on these doors. It seems to be mostly on the stonework themselves.
Is it around the doors? Around the doors, or
yeah, like around
like
a door, like around the door frame.
Are they all the same for the sigils and symbols?
They seem to be quite similar, actually, from what you can see, anyways, from the distance, because you are on an elevated platform. Though the one that's closest to you, that's on the same level, is over here on the left side.
Which way do the footprints go, DM?
As you continue following them, they seem to start fading, going in this direction. In fact, when it gets to that doorway, it seems to slowly nearly gone.
Again, I ask. Do we want to catch up to the footprints, or do we want to find our way out? Because we don't know if these footprints are someone going the same direction we are.
Well, it could be the lost tribe.
How big were the footprints, DM? They were close to my boot size, right?
They were larger than they were on the size because Daphne's nat 20. She definitely would have seen they were more around humanoid size, larger than yours, but also you are
Would
5
they
foot.
be
So
around the size of a wood elf, or would they be closer to the size of a certain tabaxi she knows of?
they're definitely not. From what you can tell, they definitely seem to be at least humanoid, but they are on the they're larger footprints than Lydia's.
Dalan kind of speaks up at this point. Can't they only enlarge and shrink themselves?
That's true too.
Diar's actually going to use his racial feature of detect magic.
Okay.
Ooh.
Let me just check something regarding that real quick. Let's see. Oh, why did it do that? Okay,
I love how we're stuck in the first room.
let's see.
This is why Umeko pointed this out.
She's calling you out so
So-
hard.
We weren't even in the
so-
first room.
We're so hyper vigilant right now.
All right, so you do cast. So as you cast it, you as it releases, it goes for about 30 feet. So let me just check something real quick. So because of where you're casting it right now with your detect magic, where you are in this position, you don't get anything pulsing off from your detect magic. But you only just entered the room, so do keep that in mind.
Can I go by that door that you said was on our
Sure.
level?
Sure.
Just
Do you need me to move it for you?
no, I can.
Okay.
Right
All right.
there.
So it's right over here. And you actually get a ping of magic.
Diar,
It's-
being silent, just kind of puts his fist up like this.
All right.
Daphne's gonna look towards Youth and very quietly say, "What do your cloak eyes see?"
Okay. So, as she's looking at her, so I'm making sure everyone is moving in at this point, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'll move everyone else in. Move you in as well, Delan. Move you, Daphne, because I know you have issues with the
Thank you.
using it.
Mm-hmm. One of these days I'll get my own laptop, guys, I promise.
Christmas gift.
Let's see.
Unlikely.
Okay, so you pick up on this school of magic, Diar. Abjuration. Coming from that door.
Abjuration. Why am I trying to remember the TikTok song again? God damn it. Conjuration.
Protective
So
stuff?
I'm at the door, correct? So
No,
I'm at
it's
one door,
right over
correct?
here. So you would have to be right here just to fully see it. Right here.
Okay. Diar's gonna see if the words protection or the giant words for protection are what is giving off that magic ping.
From the detect magic,
Because
you do
guessing.
get that ping as you're looking at that door. But as you are moving, you As you move closer to it, you can't help but notice the arcane glow about these sigils because you are detecting magic from these.
Diar is gonna definitely be like, I'm sorry, and then he's going to use his Acheron blade to kind of like scrape away at the sigil.
Okay, go ahead and... So as you are doing this, are you doing this very carefully, or are you just going full ham on it?
Carefully.
Okay, so give me a sleight of hand check.
Oh, good. I have advantage on that because of my rune.
Bless. Oh, shit.
14.
All right, so you remove one of the runes, carefully scraping it off, and then the arcane magic around the door seems to end.
All right, guys, let's be careful about runes.
Why?
Guess they
They're
can do shit.
basically protective runes, I'm guessing, because abjuration, but
Do you not
You
remember
know.
the runes that turned half of us into dwarves a long time ago?
That never happened.
Oh.
Wait,
Never
what?
happened.
Yes, it did.
That
You?
never happened.
Moving on. Actually, while we're still in this room, Lydia's gonna kick the extra snow off her shoes so she doesn't leave a trail.
Okay.
And I'm gonna wild shape.
Okay, what are you wild shaping to?
Into a normal badger.
Okay.
And I have advantage on perception checks regarding scent. So I'm gonna try to get a scent trail.
Alrighty, I'll place a badger token
Break
for you
the
to
dungeon
control.
again. Breaking the dungeon!
Okay, there's the badger token
Look
for
at
you.
her.
So put it right here. Yep.
Um,
Mm-hmm. She's
can
become
I
a
try to
badger.
get a scent trail of a familiar scent.
All right, give me perception check at advantage because I know badgers have that for smelling.
Yes.
Badger.
Badger.
Mushroom, mushroom.
26.
Dang.
What does my nose see?
Honey Badger, don't give a shit.
And you pick up the scent, one of which you easily recognize as the falconers. Though you're not entirely sure about the other one.
Where does it go?
Seems to go in the same direction that Diar was going.
Alright. At least picking it up as a falconer, Lydia's just gonna do like a happy wiggle in a circle and like start going towards
Okay.
Diar.
Alrighty.
I got badger.
I'm guessing Lydia found something.
Mhm.
Can I control the badger? Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that for you. I'll just set it up.
Happy
Hey,
wiggle
DM.
badger.
Hold on,
Happy
hold on.
dance.
Let's see. Huh. Oh yeah, that's right. I guess it has to be this way. Okay. What? Huh. Guess it doesn't allow me to do it. That's strange.
Fine. I'll just control my actual token.
Yeah, you control your token. I'll just put it on top, just for markers purpose. Okay.
Badger.
All right.
My badger nose.
Okay.
Congratulations, Diar. You now have a
So the
badger.
door is still closed, but are you jumping down, Umeko? Because that's the lower level.
Yeah, among shenanigans, I'll jump down.
Okay, you jump down, boom, and you look around. You look up. You see about right here is a door as well.
Too many doors.
So this one?
Yeah, you would see it right there. Are you jumping down, Delan? Your
Delan,
mic's not
you're
working.
muted.
Muted.
There we go. No, his character was. I was trying to move my character a little bit closer to the light.
No worries. But yeah, she jumped down, so you're looking in the direction where she is.
Yeah. So let's see. So is this the point where it jumps where the ledge is? Or
Right there is
right
where
here?
the ledge is, yeah.
Yeah. So I was trying to get
Where that's where the
right
rail
here.
is. And Umeko just jumped off that and landed.
So
Good monk
Dalen's basically just
shenanigans.
looking. Yeah, Dalen's basically like looking down and watching just to see looking to see if there's like another way down, or if there's like about how far down is it?
It's about 10 feet down. No problem for a monk.
Nothing.
Dalen can make
He won't break an ankle from falling 10 feet.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Top.
Dalen's gonna go ahead and jump.
Okay.
I don't like how you said that.
Yeah, me either.
As you jump
There's
down,
actually a pressure plate.
you suddenly hear a when you jumped down, you didn't exactly bend your knees.
Oh no!
Oh,
You
buddy.
always bend the knees.
So you take 5 points of falling damage.
Hey, DM. Can
Yes.
Gale kind of tried to slowly scale the wall? Like jump, but try to use his dragon
Give me a
claws.
dexterity save.
Trying to repel the wall.
Actually, no, this will be a strength save since you're using your claws.
Oof. No.
You try it. You try to be all cool and badass like your pirate days, but then suddenly you remember this is not wood, this is actually stone. And you find yourself tumbling down. And you take 3 points of falling damage.
How many?
Dalen just sidesteps the giant dragon that's about to fall on him.
How many points?
3.
3? Okay.
Yeah.
DM, I'll just be like, are you fucking serious? And that'll be the keywords, the set off healing wind, the heal both of them a d4.
Okay, go ahead and roll a d4. Daphne, what are you doing at this point as you're in the main hallway?
He's just watching all these people turning into badgers, going to doors, breaking their ankles.
Mm-hmm.
DM, I'm gonna do, it's a cantrip, so I'll do it again.
Okay.
Just
And
keep
she's
healing you guys
gonna-
d4s.
She's just gonna sigh and go to where the people that jumped off went. She's gonna lean over the edge and just whisper softly, "Are you two okay?"
That
Hey,
didn't hurt it,
Both heal 3.
so I'm back to full health.
Okay. So, though as you cast this magic, Umeko,
Oh no. My
Some-
little cantrip.
you hear, as you cast this cantrip, while you're in the process of healing him, you hear something.
Do I only hear this?
Everyone
Or
hears
is
this.
everyone? Okay. That's a
Gale
little
is-
less concerning.
Gale is going to reach into his satchel and use his free action from the Dragon Orb to cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
Can we just
Daphne,
go to the
upon
door?
hearing that, just like is gripping her dancing short sword tightly. Just be like, "Excuse me, everyone. Please stand by. We might be having to deal with some shit soon. Please keep your legs and feet inside the tunnel at all times. Unless you have to fight something. In that case, please bring out your nearest weapon or toss your nearest halfling. Thank you."
Dalen just turned to Umeko.
I'm not a projectile.
Yes, you are.
So, you both are
Guys,
at 2
don't
doors. What are you doing?
Don't forget the runes.
Which one did the scent go to, DM? Which one of the 2 doors?
That one.
I'm gonna headbutt that door, even though it's not gonna do anything.
Deer's gonna open it up.
Okay. You open the door. So,
And Deer's gonna take a look in first, hoping that the badger doesn't try to sneak past him.
okay.
I like totally looking into
I'll just now. Let me just check something real quick. Okay. Alrighty. So you take a peek in, Diar.
Yep.
You see it immediately goes off to the left. Though you do see that sort of railing and the separation continue.
He looks at the badger and points leftward.
Yeah.
And does like a this
I
kind of
can still understand you. I just can't.
You just hear
speak.
you just hear the badger noises.
Yep. If I go up to the door,
Mm-hmm.
does it go left or right?
It goes to the left for you. You do see the railing, however, the same stone railing that you saw in the main hallway.
I'll try to like angle my body leftward.
Okay.
like point left. Like they're like the hunting dogs when they point.
Yeah.
Diar's gonna go left.
Okay. Need me to move the token for you, Diar?
No, I can do it.
Okay, just making sure.
Right
You
about
see, and as you're
there.
turning left, you start to see it goes down this much narrow hallway. Now, one moment. Umeko, are you planning to go up a level again?
I was under the impression the door was on the lower level.
Oh, there is one on both levels.
Oh, I thought that was the one we were looking at.
Diar was looking at the one on top level. You were looking at the one on lower level.
Well then, do we want to try to look at through both doors? Is that the main door we're trying to look through?
Gale's gonna go to the right door.
All right.
Let's go to the...
Spell that whispering thing only happened after a spell was cast, right?
From what you gathered.
Daphne's gonna look around, cast Prestidigitation on herself, see if the whispering happens again.
Nothing really. You don't hear anything. So.
She reaches down and like just tries and swat at Dalen's horns.
Okay.
And then when she managed to like tap one of his horns, she casts Prestidigitation on him.
Okay.
Did anything does the whispering happen?
Don't hear anything.
Dylan just turns. Dylan just turns and looks up at Daphne.
Daphne's just like half over the ledge. Like laying down half over the ledge and just swatted his horn. Was testing a theory. Theory was inconclusive. And she just like scoots back up to the ledge.
Okay.
Hey, Gale. Wow, not Gale. Wow.
Yeah. Yes, Gale, what are you doing?
With my detect magic, is it detecting anything on the right door?
Oh yeah, it does. You get the abjuration as well.
Okay. Can Gale use his... Oh wait, no. Probably shouldn't touch that. So there's abjuration on this one too.
Indeed there is.
I mean, if everyone else went through the other door, we should probably go through that door.
Fair.
Let's do it.
Alright, you're gonna spend some time
Do y'all need
climbing.
me to boost you up?
No, I can jump up, I think. Can Gale try to jump up?
We made a
Give me an
mistake.
athletics check.
Yo.
I
I'm
was
a
totally
badger.
under the impression the doors were on the same level. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Oh shit!
You try to, Gale, but then
Oh no.
you start climbing. You start jumping, did a bit of a climb, but then you fall backwards and.
There goes your healing. Umeko.
Umeko, give me a dex save at disadvantage.
Oh no, I'm falling on
Dylan seeing Gale starts to fall, tries to cast Mage Hand to catch him, and just watches as he falls through the Mage Hand.
Yeah.
Is it going to send it over?
Probably not.
Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Yes, maybe. I don't know. No.
Nope.
No, maybe
Okay,
not.
I'll just re-roll it, I guess. Dex save?
Yes.
Or dex check? I didn't even roll the right thing.
Dex save at disadvantage.
Okay.
Because you were not prepared to see this. Okay, so
18.
good news is you're able to move out away in time as he falls back down to the ground, and you take 5 points of falling damage.
You alright, lady?
Yes, but I might need help up.
There's
Really good.
probably stairs. You don't have to try to be a monk.
Gale's gonna look around. Does he see stairs?
You do not see
Daily
any
goes-
stairs.
Well, shit.
Daily goes
Do I
over to
see
help
any
Gale up.
any indents in the wall to like broken rocks or something that Gale can climb?
I mean, you could give that a shot.
Fuck it, we'll do it.
Okay, give me another athletics check.
Don't dare doing that one.
2.
You struggle. You struggle so hard. But you, just like how it is, like when you see Paul Blart in Mall Cop, where he just climbs over and then he's just rolling. That's what happens for you, Gale, as you get up there. Though, so I'm gonna get to you in a bit, okay?
Oh, no.
So Delan, Umeko, what are you two doing?
I'm gonna wait for Daling because I'm a monk. I can run up vertical things.
Okay.
Daphne sees the struggle and just like back on the ground, holds her hand up to like give him a hand up. Even though she is also not the strongest, but at least it's assisting.
Yeah. What are you gonna do, Delan?
Dalen up or me up?
Gale and Dale, whoever's like struggling.
Gale and Dale.
Yeah. Dale's gonna go over and see if Daphne.
Okay, so for this,
Horrible
I'm gonna
Odessa.
need Daphne to give me a strength save, and Delan, go ahead and give me an athletics check. Do not worry, this is gonna be at a lower DC since Daphne is helping you.
You said
So a
athletics.
strength check?
No, for you, a strength save.
Save.
Yes.
That is the exact same roll.
Ooh,
It's
okay.
a straight roll.
Okay, let's see what happens. Drum roll.
Oh no!
What happened?
Guys, our greatest foe is a fucking wall.
As you try to hold Dalen up, he, for some reason, his hooves are just struggling to catch on the wall before he suddenly slips and falls, taking you with him, Daphne. You take Daphne with you as you fall to the ground.
Does he at least cushion her fall? Or is it a
Unfortunately,
headbutt into his horns?
it's a head. It's pretty much that kind of thing. You fall with each other, and both of you take 6 points of falling damage from that collision.
Stealth? What's stealth? We don't have stealth anymore.
Okay.
Can Gale
So
go through
you're-
the door that everyone else went through?
So we're gonna, like I said, we're gonna get to you in a moment.
Okay.
Umeko, you just witnessed this.
Dread.
Are you fucking serious? Like, come on, guys.
Daphne looks at her. I am not strong. I thought
You
we
have
were open.
magic. You both have
sure.
magic.
It is at this point.
Dancing in place.
It is at this point you understand why Murai was very had a lot of caution about you guys.
Are
Nothing
nothing
is
I
dumb.
can use to lift him.
And also, you're thankful that she's not here right now.
Oh, absolutely.
No, yeah.
I'm pretty sure Lydia's just nervously prancing in place right now.
Okay, so while this is all happening, while this whole falling kerfuffle's happening, what are Diar and Lydia doing?
We're probably both going down. Oh,
Or are we gonna go? You wanna go?
hey, I thought because Lydia seemed so antsy, Dear probably was like,
Yeah.
okay, we'll just go.
All right.
Alright.
So you go down this corridor, and you see this time what appears to be not a wooden door, but a stone one at that. And it seems to be the kind that would be pushed inward. You see there is carvings on it as well.
Okay, there's the door.
Uh,
There's the door.
Yeah, no
Dear's
worries,
going
it's fine.
Dear's gonna carve out one of the carvings
There-
gently.
There are no arcane runes on this from your detect
Oh.
magic.
Is it also abjuration?
There are no there's no magic around this door.
Oh,
There's no school of magic.
Diar's gonna push the door open and make sure if something happens that he's gonna get in the way so Lydia doesn't get hit.
Okay. You open the door. Seems nothing, but you do see that there is some sort of object in this room.
Is it emitting any magic?
It does not appear to be emanating anti-magic, but you do see that there is something large in this room. From just opening that door.
Oh, no.
And as you step closer, you see what appears to be that of a metal coffin. Up.
Oh, where'd it go? There we go.
Yep. I know you like moving things around. Just give me one moment.
I like exploring.
I know you like exploring. I know you're a child.
You a badger?
Yeah.
Get it right.
So,
At this point, he looks at the badger, Lydia, and looks backwards to see no one else behind them at the moment, and then looks back at Badger Lydia.
We're working on it.
Does the scent keep going? The trail.
the trail seems to keep going down this way. But it's also at this point you heard the thud of Gale falling initially.
Daphne falling, you mean?
No. The Gale failed that roll before he tried again.
Okay.
I'm trying to explain the time. The time is what's happening simultaneously.
Hearing the thuds and the lack of our party members, I think Lydia's just gonna lay down and put her head on her paws, just in disappointment, really.
Okay. So you're deciding to wait. What are you doing, Diar? You are in front of this door, and you open the door, and you see that there is this large, seeming to be a slab of stone that resembles that of a coffin.
Diar is definitely going to just keep an eye out on the coffin and in this room, but wait for everyone else to get by, or until Lydia basically tries to get past him, then he'll move forward.
Okay. So while you're waiting for that, Gale.
Yeah.
So about 5 minutes have passed from everyone from all this chaos. You finally get up. What are you going to do?
Let's go find Lydia.
Going in the door that Lydia and Diar went into.
Okay. You see you see right around the corner a badger just resting and waiting, just looking in that direction towards where you just entered. Meanwhile, Umeko, Delan, Daphne, as you are all down on the ground, you can just see up there, Youth just staring at you with all the blinking eyes of the robe, just like, really?
Are you gonna help?
Don't help me.
I tried to help, and someone had 2 left hooves.
Listen, it's not my fault that this rock is very, very smooth.
Is she supposed to be a goat?
Dalan looks seriously just kind of slowly turns toward, just really?
No, he's a pirate.
Kitty.
Just because there's some of us are climbers, some of us are more of the trail taking sort. Not all of us are climbers.
You're not all Hufflepuffs.
Not even a Hufflepuff.
Not even a good finder.
So you're more of a
You're a
follower?
badger right now.
I know.
He gets up and helps up Daphne.
So what are you three doing as you're on the lower level?
Okay. Let's see.
Who's stronger between the... Well, I know Umeko is strong, but Umeko can run up and be fine.
Yeah.
Strong. First off.
Okay, so maybe Umeko. So Dalen's gonna go ahead and pull out his spear and cast light on it. On the tip of it,
Okay.
And
Let me
use that
set
to
that up real quick.
Okay. Yeah. So he's gonna, and that's 20 feet, 20-foot radius dim, and then of bright light and 20 foot of additional dim light.
Okay.
Um.
And keep in mind you're still on the ground here.
Yeah.
On a lower level.
Yeah. So he is going
I have
to.
rope.
Say, yeah, okay, rope. They just realized I have.
Tie to the railing and climb up.
Yep. And I have my pitten, which I forgot I had.
You have,
Guys.
you have the climbing kit?
I'm just saying, I'm just going to let this be a moment for the DMs to know. Just keep in mind, you don't always need traps to have an impactful moment in the campaign, in the dungeons.
It's just, you just need a pit, apparently. That's all you need.
Just give them 2 floors. There you go.
A wall with no stairs.
Delan pulls out his pitten and then his 50 feet of hip and rope.
Okay. So you'll start climbing up and finally up.
And he offers the hand to help him, Daphne as well.
Does Daphne climb the rope?
Daphne does climb the rope.
Okay. Let's go and move it over here so we can put Daphne there. Umeko, you see your friends finally get up on the same level now.
Finally. Using her monk shenanigans, she just runs up the wall.
Okay.
She can do that.
Because monk, why not? So, go ahead and move up then. Okay. Alrighty. So.
We're doomed if the First Emperor uses a bunch of walls against us.
Just give us a maze and walls, and we're like rats. We'll be trapped forever.
Okay, so it's at this point you now see everyone is actually back on the same level. Their exploration is done.
We found nothing.
There was an incident with a wall.
Thing happened.
The moment Diar hears them, he takes a step inside.
Okay. So you step inside, and you see that this room is rather simplistic, though you see there is carvings on the coffin itself, but you also see some engravings as well that decorate the top of it.
Do I see any magic in the room?
You don't see any magic, actually, interestingly enough.
Diar's going to kind of get to the coffin and read the coffin real quick.
Okay.
I'm just gonna scoot in and push forward.
Okay.
Gotta stay on that trail while it's still fresh.
So, it says, here lies Xozir, Xozir. From the mountains he was born, to the mountains he has returned. May he find the green lands that everyone desires. That is what it says.
Diar, knowing this is now, or completely understanding that, okay, no magic and nothing that's like trap related. Okay.
All right.
I'm going to go by the door.
Okay, so while
where's the door?
Yeah, so the door's right over here. But while while the rest of you are while you two have gone forward, Gale, Umeko, Delan, Daphne, what are the rest of you doing? As you see, they just go right in.
Going in.
Mm-hmm. Going.
Following Lydia.
Okay.
We're not defeated by walls.
Just you're not defeated by walls, but elevation.
Vertically challenged.
I'm a badger right now.
All right.
I'm like 3 feet.
Oops.
Am I
Let's move it over there.
How big am I?
So,
Tiny beast.
so you all enter this room. And right now, Diar, you're the only one who knows what it says on that coffin. Because it's only in giant.
Don't
Do we
touch
all
the
see the coffin?
Yep.
Are we in the crypt now?
Yes.
So when is it appropriate for me and Delan to start making bone jokes?
Indeed, you see David smile.
When we know it's safe. Lydia's after something. And then Diar kind of push or pulls what if the door says push or pull.
Okay.
Diar's gonna do said.
All right.
Which way are the hands?
It's a push that Diar pulls.
As you open it, you see that it goes into a slight angle. So for this, you're going to want to move diagonally, just so you're aware. But you see that it goes
Okay.
narrow once again. It's like single file this time around. It seems that for a place that seems to resemble that has a lot of references to giant culture, it seems to be rather cramped and tight as you're noticing this, as you are going further in.
I'm naturally just sticking with Diar. At
Okay.
this point.
What are the rest of you doing?
I guess so.
Dalen's gonna follow and turn to Daphne and say, I can't find a good reason why we can't start making bone jokes now.
I know. It's like there are a bunch of knuckleheads here.
Small little badger growl.
So while
Large
they're
dragon
focusing on
growl.
this, Umeko, can you do me a favor and roll me a perception check?
Why me?
Yeah, it's okay. I know you. There's no
Wait,
need to
perception?
badger us about it.
We'll take that over both.
20.
Hey!
Okay. Give me just 1 second. I'm
What
sending you a
happened to
DM.
Oh no.
I'm sending you a
Oh
DM.
no. Eep.
All the little fluffs will disappear, and you won't be a fluffy cat anymore. You'll just be a short-haired cat. Like your brother. But that also means you can't be coughing up hairballs. You don't deal
She'll
with
like immediately whip around and be like, what the fuck was that?
what was what.
I don't see anything, DM.
There's nothing.
I think I'm just going crazy. It's fine. We should keep moving.
You okay?
I'm never okay, but let's go.
I'm not.
Sounds like you need therapy. Does the set keep going, DM?
Yes, it still keeps going down that direction. Go in an angle. You want to go in an angle there, yeah.
DM, quick question.
Yes.
Can I feel the back of my neck? Does my mark feel weird?
Doesn't feel anything different.
Well, shit. Okay.
So, Didier, as you're moving forward, you see that it seems to open up once more. As you see a set of staircase that goes down, but also an elevated platform.
Oh no.
Mark.
Not an elevated platform.
But there's stairs this time.
Diar's going to go by the stairs then,
Okay.
and then just wait for Lydia because she's kind of doing the scent thing, but he's also
Okay.
making sure he's in front just in case to take any traps.
Okay. Just give me just 1 second.
Not checking for traps.
I know, that's
As you-
why Diar's in front.
So, As both you and Lydia go through, I need you both to give me Constitution saves.
And now he has the zoomies.
Nacho does?
Nacho's getting the zoomies.
It's right
That time
there.
of night.
Okay. There you go. Okay, dear, you're good. Lydia, as you are moving forward, you suddenly feel this cold sensation engulf you. As if it's like a cold blanket suddenly emerging. You take 12 points of cold damage.
Is gone. 12 minus 3.
9.
So I take 9.
So,
Badger's gone. Lydia's back standing up.
okay. You suddenly see that she's standing up, and she seems the skin her skin tone seems to get a bit paler.
Lydia? Daphne's gonna like walk up to her and gently put her hands on
Don't
like
come through the door. Don't come through the door. Can I check the door for anything, DM?
You take a look, and you don't seem to notice anything. Diar, you don't get any hint of magic going off either.
Can I medicine check myself? Is that a thing I could do to figure out what happened?
I'll allow it. Go ahead and give it a
Vibe
shot.
check? Self-vibe check? What did I say, medicine?
Mm-hmm.
25.
It doesn't. It feels like as if. The best way you can describe it is that it doesn't feel like you had actually. Something came down with this. It almost feels like it's something. Almost like you came down with the sickness, but you're not exactly sure why. Now.
Interesting.
I am going to need, since Gale, since you moved through the hall, I need you to give me a Constitution save as well.
I said don't come through the door.
I wasn't. I was trying to just catch up with Daphne.
Daphne's not in there yet. Daphne, stop.
Daphne was gonna go up and check on Lydia because she looked like she was about to lose her lunch.
Seeing Gale
You
come through
said
the door.
You said Constitution
Yes.
saving throw? Got it.
Daphne
I'm gonna do
stopped
a
though
closer
because she said
Coleman.
not to.
Well,
Natural 20.
all right.
Fine.
You don't feel any different as you walk through. You're perfectly fine.
Rude.
I'm guessing you touched something.
As he walks through, you now notice the ping going off, Diar. It seems to be for a brief moment. Necromancy.
Oh, rude.
Did I see where the ping came from?
From the archway.
Is
Would
there is there runes above the archway?
No.
GM, Gale probably would have still had detect magic from his dragon orb, or do I have to continuously catch them?
You still need to hold on to it to be casting that.
I was.
So.
Oh wait, no, because. Okay, never mind.
Diar is gonna try to move Gale out of the way,
Okay.
and then he immediately just starts wailing on the arches.
As you're
Don't go.
trying to move Gale out of the way, you do notice you're in this 5-foot space. But as you're moving in, you hear something once more. But this time, it's not just from that spot. Dalan, you hear it coming from behind you.
Dalen looks back the way we came.
Mm-hmm.
And then turns back towards everyone else. I think. Did you all hear that?
Yes, I believe
Did
so.
we all hear that, Dion? Or was that?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I could hear it up front, but it sounded like it was coming from back from the way we came as well. It
Diar
sounds like
is
something's
actually-
coming up behind us.
It is at this moment, Diar, as you're about to move, and you suddenly freeze as you hear this. Something begin. You catch something off to your peripheral to the left. You see something shimmer before going seeming to go right through the walls.
No.
Ghosty boys?
You see
No.
what appears to be a
Yeah,
skeletal figure with a hood up, with seeming to wearing armor of an ancient time, carrying a long sword. But you see there's more as they begin to appear from the walls. You see even one right over here. And you hear from Youth. I think I found what was making that noise.
How
But she is
can
in the far
they-
back.
How can they whisper? They don't have vocal cords.
That is where we're going to end our session tonight.
Damn.
So,
Books.
Spooky boys.
spooky boys. Oh, foo-foo. So, actually, this one was supposed to be right over here. But yeah. So there's Spooky Boys, and that's where we're going to pick up next week. We'll be rolling.
Hey.
We'll roll initiative once we return. So, thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out with us tonight. It was awesome having you all here. Please stay safe, stay healthy, and remember, after this next session, we're going to start doing it every other week. So, please be sure to keep that in mind. But we will still have the Revive Pandemic as well every Thursday at 7 o'clock at night, Pacific Standard Time. Have a good night, everyone. We'll see you again next time. Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.